Chapter 473. This is a space crack. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. The void-shattering finger needed the space mentality and profound to activate, and the space mentality needed to observe the power of space to comprehend. Although the power of space above the space crack was not as powerful as in the depths of the void, it was not to be underestimated either. Jing Aoshuan's brows twitched. It is indeed a space crack. Let's go take a look. Everyone was curious, especially about the unknown. The four used their movement arts and flew toward the black crack in the northwest. The black crack was huge, as if the sky had been torn open. All the experts within 100,000 li radius could feel the strange space ripple. Some hesitated, but didn't make a move. Some couldn't hold back their curiosity and flew toward the source of the ripple. All of a sudden, people rushed over from all directions. The space crack seemed to be not far from Thunder City, but it was actually outside of the city. It was more than 10,000 li away. It was only because of the mysterious power of space that it didn't seem that far. So many people. By the time the four arrived near the space crack, the place was already packed with people. Low voices of discussion gathered together, as if there were hundreds of thousands of bees flying around. Yi Chen raised his head and saw a black crack hanging in the air. The scale of this crack was astonishing. It was more than 10 li long and a few li high. Not only was the crack filled with pure space power, it also had a frightening black qi. The space power is very pure, but this black qi is not simple. Not only is it faintly restraining Zhen Yuan, it is also guarding against mental power and soul power. For astral-reaching experts, when encountering something unknown, they would definitely use their mental power to probe before daring to make a move. Yi Chen had one more choice than them, which was to use his soul power. However, his soul power could only penetrate a few li deep. It was pitch black inside, and there was a black qi everywhere. He couldn't find anything. Right next to him, Li Xiaoyan said, "The surreal space would not shatter for no reason. This space crack is dozens of miles long, and if it was caused by the surreal space shattering, then everything within thousands of miles would be destroyed and turned into an abyss. But this space crack appeared without a sound, and it did not cause any effect. Therefore, this space crack has nothing to do with the surreal space shattering." Jing Aoshuan added, "It must be a plane hidden in the depths of the void that collapsed and connected to our world." Plane collapse? Yi Chen frowned. There were two ways to form a plane. One was to split space, and the other was to use the power of space to create a plane. If a plane collapsed, the chaotic power of space would naturally tear through the void, creating spatial cracks of different sizes. Xiao, xiao, xiao. A lot of Sea of Soul realm experts had arrived, standing on the nearby mountains. Such a large spatial rift shouldn't have been formed by the collapse of the void. This is definitely a plane that is about to collapse. Plane? Only ancient human experts could create planes out of thin air. There might be something good inside. Do not be blinded by greed. Besides the ones that we already know about and can enter at will, who would dare to enter a strange place? Not to mention the risks of this place. Just the fact that it is collapsing is already something that we have to watch out for. Once the whole place collapses, not to mention you and me, even master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors would be torn into pieces by the aggressive space power. It would be impossible to survive. I am just saying. Without 90% confidence, I would not take the risk. As time went on, more and more Sea of Souls realm warriors arrived. Some of them were lone travelers, while others were in groups of 3 to 5. They kept using their soul power to scan the deeper part of the space crack, hoping to find something. Something is coming out from the deep part of the crack. Some of the Sea of Souls realm warriors had their eyes shining as they stared at the space crack in the sky. The crack was pitch black, filled with space power. A spot of light gradually expanded until it was barely visible to the naked eye. It was traveling at an extremely fast speed. Shoo! A dazzling light blossomed, and a red ruler covered with ancient patterns shot out, splitting the nearest mountain in half. Everyone's eyes lit up when they sensed the powerful fluctuations from the treasured weapon. It is a top-rank attacking weapon. Go get it! Someone yelled, waking the others up. They all jumped over with greedy expressions, trying to fight for the ownership of the red ruler. The area around the space crack was completely messed up. Yichen shook his head, not moving at all. Li Xiaoyan and Jing Aoshuan did not join in either, since a top-rank attacking weapon was not worth their time at all. Chu Zhongtian made a face, reckless. Top-rank attacking weapons were indeed great. An extreme astral-reaching realm warrior would become invincible among the astral-reaching realm warriors with a top-rank attacking weapon. A normal Sea of Souls realm warrior would be able to increase his power to another level as well. But everything had to be supported by power. Without power, it would be suicide. Just as expected, the astral-reaching realm warriors who joined in the fight did not even have the time to be excited before they were killed by the Sea of Souls realm warriors. Once the death count reached a certain number, the other astral-reaching realm warriors who were half a step slower finally realized what was going on and started to back out. The top-rank weapon was like a hot potato for them. Whoever got it would die, and the Sea of Souls realm warriors would be the main characters. Boom, boom, boom. There were a lot of Sea of Souls realm warriors who did not have top-rank weapons. They all rushed over with bloodshot eyes, killing whoever was in their way. In the end, the one who got the red ruler was a spirit realm warrior called Redwood Man. His power was one of the top among all the Sea of Souls realm warriors, and his attacking speed was extremely fast. Plus, he had a couple of friends protecting him, which was how he managed to get the red ruler. Redwood, what do you think of this ruler? One of Redwood Man's friends asked curiously. Ha, this is a great weapon from the ancient era. Its power is one level higher than other weapons of the same rank. Plus, its element matches perfectly with my profound sense. With it, my battling power will increase by at least 20%. Redwood Man imprinted his soul mark on the ruler as he said, happily. The few of them were shocked. Redwood Man already had a top-rank attacking weapon, so it should not have any flaws. They did not expect that this ancient weapon would be able to increase his battling power by another 20%. The gap between the two was not small at all. You guys don't have to worry. My old top-rank attacking weapon is yours now. As for how to split it, you guys decide. Redwood Man seemed to know how to behave, throwing his attacking weapon to his friends. Around them, some of the Sea of Souls realm warriors who had been eyeing the red ruler were staring at it. It was not that they did not know how precious it was. It was a great weapon from the ancient era, and even the worst one would be better than the current ones. It was a well-known fact. If it were not for the fact that Redwood Man was powerful enough, they would have attacked already. Another prized artifact has appeared. Right then, another brown-colored iron stick shot out from the space crack. Just like the red ruler, it was also a top-rank attacking weapon. With the experience from last time, there were even more Sea of Souls realm warriors participating this time, especially those who were very powerful but did not have a good weapon. Boom! A huge palm landed on the ground, blowing away at least 10 Sea of Souls realm warriors. The iron stick landed in the hands of a middle-aged man in yellow robes. It is a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior. Everyone was shocked as they tried to keep their distance. There was a difference of one level between a spirit being and a true spirit being, and another level between a great master and a true spirit being. A normal great master could easily kill a true spirit being even if he didn't have a great treasure. The middle-aged man in yellow held the brown iron stick and waved it around a couple of times. The mountains nearby were immediately shattered into pieces, and the power chi spread everywhere. Hee, not bad. Ancient things are indeed good. The space crack was like a treasure vault with holes, with 1 or 2 weapons flying out from time to time. Among the 10 of them, at least 7 of them were top-rank ones, and 2 or 3 of them were defensive ones. Most of the Sea of Souls realm warriors did not care much about the attacking ones, but once the top-ranked defensive ones appeared, the scene could only be described as crazy. Under normal circumstances, a defensive artifact was worth 2 offensive artifacts. Especially the higher the grade, the more valuable the defensive artifact would be. Who wouldn't want their own defense to be a bit stronger? That way, they would be able to protect themselves a bit more. The middle-aged man in yellow still wanted to get his hands on the top-rank defensive weapon that had just flown out, but he was unlucky, as a master-level warrior who had the same power as him had appeared. The two battled fiercely, neither of them willing to give in to the other. In the end, the defensive weapon was taken by the other master-level warrior. Damn, so unlucky. The middle-aged man in yellow had a complicated expression on his face. Oh my God, what kind of rank is it this time? The vibration is so intense. Even the space power has backed away from it. Amidst the rumbling sounds, an axe the size of a small mountain flew out. This axe emitted astonishing fluctuations, and the spatial crack seemed to be pushed open a little. The black aura dissipated, and in the end, the axe flickered with a dazzling light, smashed dozens of mountains into pieces, and split open a deep abyss in the ground, sinking deep into the earth. Feeling unsteady on his feet, Yichen exclaimed, "This is an extreme rank weapon." Extreme rank weapons had the title of king-level weapons because only life and death realm warriors could bring out their full power. In the hands of Sea of Souls realm warriors, they would be able to suck out all of their Jin Yuan in 2 or 3 attacks. Although there seemed to be only 1 rank between the two, the difference was not just 1 or 2 times, but more than 10 times. Extreme rank weapons were like the status of life and death realm warriors among the warriors. They were the kings of all weapons, and their power was immeasurable. Surprisingly, no one tried to fight for that hill-sized axe. They would at most stand on the edge of the abyss and look down, not daring to do anything. Back off. This axe belongs to the leader of our shining martial school, the Shining King. Are you kidding me? It belongs to the Beast King. Huh. This place is the closest to the Thunder City. The axe should belong to our Black Thunder King, no matter what. Let's not bring trouble to our martial school. Besides life and death realm warriors, no one would dare to touch the extreme rank weapons. It was just like how astral-reaching realm warriors would not dare to take out their top-rank weapons. No, it was 10 times more serious than that. The extreme rank weapons were like a taboo that had to be taken out by life and death realm warriors themselves. This place is going to be messed up soon. Yichen did not know where the life and death realm warriors of the Thunder City had gone, but without a doubt, once they showed up, they would definitely try to take the axe. The other life and death realm warriors would not just stand by and watch. They would definitely fight for it. Chapter 474. After shooting out the extreme rank axe, the space crack no longer shot out anything. Instead, it started to close up and shrink, as if it was a wound that was about to be healed. Not good. The crack is about to close up. Within this short period of time, it had shot out 4 mid-rank weapons, 8 top-rank weapons, and 1 extreme rank weapon. This is a super treasure trove. If we can't go in and have a look, it would be a great regret. Who dares to go in? If it were before, perhaps we could give it a try. But now, the crack is about to close up. Even if we go in, we won't be able to get out. Everyone had a regretful look on their faces as they watched the crack get smaller and smaller. It is not closing up, but turning into a space door. A door that leads to the inside. Most of the people were overjoyed, feeling that this was a great opportunity. If they didn't go in, they would be letting themselves down. Yi Chen had a deep look in his eyes as he studied the door carefully. The door in the air was 6 meters wide and 12 meters tall. Its surface was slightly transparent, like a pure crystal. Under the sunlight, it reflected a colorful light. There was a tunnel inside the door, and the walls were transparent as well. However, the surface of the wall was covered with a thin layer of black qi, which was still quite shocking to look at. At the end of the tunnel was a thin layer, and no one knew how far it was. This is a rare opportunity. We have to go in. Someone flew toward the space door and landed inside within a blink of an eye, completely unharmed. Seeing that he was safe and sound, everyone became even more impatient, afraid that if they were late, they would be robbed by others. Soon, more than half of the people had entered the tunnel, and the ones at the front were already close to the thin layer. Should we go in? Li Xiaoyan was a bit hesitant. His instinct told him that it would be very dangerous inside, and he could die at any moment. Jing Aoshuan said, "Let's wait a bit longer. Those Sea of Souls realm warriors have not moved yet." Yi Chen nodded. Forbidden places were not scary at all. What was scary was this kind of place that did not exist in the main world. It was easy to get in, but hard to get out, since they did not have the power to break through the surreal space. Glancing over at the crowd, Yi Chen's expression froze. Morong. Among the crowd, a lady with a veil over her face and a purple dress entered the space door without hesitation. She did not even look back once. "Everyone, I will go first." Clasping his fist, Yi Chen raised his speed to the limit and chased after Zhang Xian. Chu Zhongtian sneered. "Femme fatale." Li Xiaoyan said, "Brother Chu, feelings don't necessarily hinder the progress of martial arts. Since they exist, there must be a reason for them to exist." Chu Zhongtian curled his lips. He only needed women who were obedient to him and attached themselves to him. He didn't need any troublesome women. Yi Chen didn't think too much about it. He acted according to his heart. If he wanted to go, he went. When he entered the space gate, he could no longer see Murong Qingqing's figure. He spread out his soul power and sensed that Murong Qingqing was 3 to 4 miles away from him. There were hundreds of people between them, exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. Yi Chen sized up the passage. The passageway was formed from the power of space, and without the berserk and chaotic power of space, it was extremely stable and indestructible. What is going on with this black qi? Yi Chen realized that the black qi seemed to have its own intelligence. It was struggling with all its might, as if it was trying to escape. Especially when someone passed by, that kind of struggle would become more and more intense. I should be careful. Subconsciously, Yi Chen walked in the middle of the passageway, trying to keep as far away from the black qi as possible. All of a sudden, a scream was heard from the front. It turned out to be an astral-reaching realm warrior who wanted to surpass the people in front of him. But unexpectedly, the black qi suddenly expanded and sucked him dry, leaving only a layer of gray skin. Even his bones seemed to have been shattered. Don't get close to the wall. The black qi is weird. Everyone was shocked and tried their best to move closer to the center. It would have been fine if they didn't pay attention before, but once they realized that the black qi could kill people, it would be a huge disaster. In the crowd, people would be knocked onto the wall and die instantly. Only after the number of people decreased did the chaos calm down. I knew it. Yi Chen's pupils shrank a little, but he had to keep moving forward. No matter how long the passageway was, there would be an end. In front of Yi Chun was a twisted thin layer, and everyone in front of him had disappeared into it. Taking a step forward, Yi Chun disappeared into it. Outside of the door, there were less than 100 people left. Half of them were powerful warriors from rank 5 martial institutions, and they were still fighting over the ownership of the axe. It seems like there is no problem with the door. It will not collapse anytime soon. If we don't go in now, we will not get the good stuff anymore. A spirit warrior said, "Indeed, there must be danger in there. But as long as the place does not collapse, it would be no different from a normal forbidden place." Let's go. Let's go. All of the Sea of Souls realm warriors who had been holding back until now started to fly toward the door. "Princess, come with us. Xiaoyan, over here. Zhongqian, let's hurry up." Among the rank 5 martial institutions in the Thunder City were Jing Aoshuan, Li Xiaoyun, and Chu Zhongqian's martial institutions. Under the lead of an inner master, the three of them also flew toward the door. Of course, the 3 rank 5 martial institutions each left half of their warriors to guard the axe. All of a sudden, there were only a few rank 5 martial institutions left in the huge place. This was a boundless savage battlefield. Corpses were piled up on the battlefield, and ravines were everywhere. Occasionally, a black aura would turn into a gale and sweep down, accompanied by the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. Very high up, there was a layer of black sky. The sky was chaotic, suffused with gray and blood. Battlefield. Yi Chun was shocked. He had thought of all kinds of scenes, but he had never thought of this plane as a battlefield. Plus, this battlefield was way too big. Standing on the high ground, he could not see the end of it at all. All he could see was a desolate and savage chi. Crack! A crisp sound came from under his feet. Yi Chun lowered his head. It was a huge finger bone that had been crushed. Looking at it, it was about 1 meter long and 6 inches thick. It looked like a human's finger bone. Unfortunately, there was no human that was this tall. If a finger bone was more than 1 meter long, then the person would be at least 10 meters tall. Without looking at the finger bone, Yi Chun looked around and said with a bitter smile, "It seems like the membrane will arrange the teleportation point according to the time of entry. This is a bit troublesome." "Forget it. Since I am already here, I will just take it one step at a time. I think the others will not give up on entering the door." Crushing the finger bone under his feet, Yi Chun walked down the high ground step by step. There were all kinds of skeletons on the battlefield. Some belonged to humans, some belonged to demonic beasts, and some belonged to giant humans. No, after walking for a while, Yi Chun realized that these giant humans should not be called humans at all because they had horns on their skulls, and some of them even had wings on their backs. What kind of battle could cause so many creatures to die? Could it be that the ancient times needed to fight all the time, and even created a realm for them to fight? Yi Chun did not really understand what had happened in the ancient times. He only knew that there were more races in the ancient times than there were now. Some of the corpses, even after hundreds of thousands of years, they still had some residual power. Unfortunately, they were too fragile. Who? Attracted by the blood chi on Yi Chun's body, a black wind came down from the sky. "I cannot let this black chi catch me." Yi Chun was shocked. He hurried to perform his movement art and jumped thousands of meters away. The black wind chased after him. Luckily, Yi Chun was fast enough, and he easily left it behind. When he reached a certain distance, the black wind lost its connection with him and gradually disappeared, returning to the sky. Letting out a breath, Yi Chun slowed down his steps. Tens of thousands of miles away, a purple figure was walking on the battlefield. It was Morong Qingcheng. She did not look at the corpses on the ground. As if she was being guided, she flew in a certain direction. Her speed soon broke through her limit. Who? Hoo! Hoo! The black wind blew across the sky, making a loud noise. However, it did not seem to be interested in Murong Chingching's blood chi. Only a small part of the black chi came out and attacked towards her. Shoo! A black light appeared on her body. Murong Chingching's speed doubled, and she instantly left the black chi behind. In her pupils, there was also a black light shining. She could easily see the scene hundreds of miles away, as if she had forgotten about the distance between them. Hee, stay here. On the high ground nearby, a man in gray suddenly appeared. He was obviously at the Sea of Souls realm. His body flashed once, and his speed reached 10 times faster than the speed of sound. He reached out his hand to grab Murong Chingching, who was flying in the sky. Murong Chingching did not slow down at all. She formed a black light ball in her hand and attacked. Boom! With one attack, the man in gray puked out blood and backed out. How is this possible? The man in gray was shocked. Although he was only at the soul realm, he was still not someone that an astral-reaching realm warrior could compete with, not to mention beating him back with one attack and injuring him slightly. Murong Chingching lifted up her head and looked at the black wind, then left directly. Behind him, the gray-robed man's blood had attracted a huge amount of black wind, which covered the sky and the earth, covering a range of more than 10 miles. No matter how fast the gray-robed man was, he couldn't escape the attack of the black wind. His powerful protective Zhenyuan had protected him from being injured, but in the next moment, his face was filled with horror. Within the black chi, a black light swept over and instantly destroyed his protective Zhenyuan. With a second wave, he was sucked into a gray human skin, and his screams stopped abruptly. After walking for about half an hour, Yi Chun had not run into a single person. However, the black wind in the sky was surprisingly hard to deal with. It is an extreme rank weapon. In his line of sight, there was a huge skeleton lying on the ground. In its chest was a spear. This spear was 100 meters long and 1 meter thick. Its surface was covered in cracks. The skeleton below had 2 horns on its head and a pair of white skeletal arms under its ribs. It was obvious that it belonged to a different race. Come here. Yi Chun waved his right hand, and the cracked spear was pulled out quickly, flying over. It is indeed an extreme rank weapon. The vibration coming from it is similar to the extreme rank axe outside. Unfortunately, it is just a broken extreme rank weapon. It does not have any power. Shaking his Zhenyuan, Yi Chun threw away the spear and was about to leave. Roar! A shocking roar came from inside the skeleton, and a mass of black chi attacked towards Yi Chun. Inside the chi, there was a black light shining faintly. Destroy! Taking out the destruction sword, Yi Chun threw out a sword attack. Pooh! The black chi disappeared. Under the extremely horrifying destruction sword intent, there was no chance for it to fight back. However, the black light inside had only dimmed a little bit, and then it landed on the human skeleton nearby. The human skeleton stood up shakily, its pitch-black eye sockets shining with a black light as it threw out a punch. Chapter 475. This black light seems to have a bit of spirituality, but it is still not that smart after all. Yi Chun sneered as he held his thunder sword with his left hand, performing his double sword style. The irregular sword light cut the human skeleton into 4 pieces, and the slaughter sword intent on it even destroyed the black light without any hesitation. This human skeleton should be a life and death realm warrior when he was alive. Otherwise, he would not be able to use an extreme rank long spear to kill a huge alien race warrior. So, there should be some spirit power crystal stones inside the skeleton. His eyeballs rolled as Yi Chun threw out a punch at the 4 pieces of human skeleton. Pa! The skeleton turned into powder, and a red light spot shone faintly. Spirit power crystal stones. There are indeed them. Yichen looked happy as he grabbed the red light spot. There were 3 of them in total, each of them only the size of a soybean, containing a special kind of energy. The parallel space battlefield is unbelievably huge. There must be a lot of life and death realm warriors' bones here. With enough spirit power crystal stones, I might be able to train my spirit body sooner and prepare for reaching the Sea of Souls realm. The biggest difference between Sea of Souls realm warriors and astral reaching realm warriors was the difference in their bodies. No matter how powerful an astral reaching realm warrior was, his body was still a mortal body. However, the body of a Sea of Souls realm warrior was no longer a mortal body, but a spirit body. Not only was the spirit body extremely tough, it was not easy to get hurt, and could also handle even more powerful Zhenyuan. Otherwise, if an astral-reaching realm warrior had the Zhenyuan of a Sea of Souls realm warrior, it would most likely shatter. Even if it did not shatter, it would not be able to operate to its limit. The reason why Chu Zhongtian's defense was so powerful was because of his evil spirit body, which trained the evil Yuan. In terms of purity, it was not weaker than the Zhenyuan of a Sea of Souls realm warrior. It was almost at the mid-Sea of Souls realm. The evil spirit body could handle the evil Yuan, so its body would naturally be extremely powerful. Even Yi Chen would not be able to injure him badly. The spirit body was hard to train, and the Sea of Souls realm was hard to train. It was a well-known fact. On the other hand, the spirit power crystal stones could allow astral-reaching realm warriors to form the spirit body faster. With the spirit body, reaching the Sea of Souls realm would not take much effort at all. As for the spirit power crystal stones, it was not that they had to be life and death realm warriors to be able to form them. The main reason was that this parallel space battlefield had existed since the ancient era. After hundreds of thousands of years, the spirit power crystal stones, formed by Sea of Souls realm warriors, had already disappeared. Only life and death realm warriors would be able to leave behind some spirit power crystal stones. But of course, it would not be a lot, and it would depend on luck. After looting the human skeletons, Yi Chen turned his attention to the non-humankind skeletons. Human corpses have spiritual crystals. I wonder what these alien corpses have. Pa 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 pa. Under the power of Yi Chen's punch, the non-humankind skeletons turned into ashes, and a few black light spots sparkled in the ashes, shining brightly. With a swoosh, the black spots of light landed on Yi Chen's hand. They were 5 black crystals the size of a little finger. The energy contained within them was even stronger than the spirit crystals, but it was not the same kind of energy. Could these non-humankind be demons? Studying the black crystals, a horrifying thought appeared in Yi Chen's mind. The Battle King had never seen any demons in his life. Perhaps it was because there were no demons in the information he had given to Yi Chen. But the Battle King had seen the skeletons of demons in some forbidden places, and had obtained black crystals from them. These black crystals were similar to the spirit power crystal stones, and were called demon power crystal stones. Unfortunately, humans could not use them. Demons are extremely powerful. They are a race that is even more powerful than humans. It seems like the 2 races used to have a huge war in the ancient era. Yi Chen did not care much about it. No matter how powerful the demons were, they were already a pile of skeletons and could not do anything to him. Right now, there was no news about demons in this true spirit continent. After obtaining the spirit power crystal stones and the demon power crystal stones, Yi Chen continued walking, wanting to see if there were any other life and death realm warriors' skeletons. Haha, there are spirit power crystal stones inside these skeletons. They must be the skeletons of life and death realm warriors. There were a lot of warriors who had entered the parallel space battlefield, besides most of the astral-reaching realm warriors who were struggling to avoid the Black Wind. The rest of the Sea of Souls realm warriors were not in any life-threatening danger. Some of the lucky ones had even found spirit power crystal stones inside the skeletons of life and death realm warriors. With enough spirit power crystal stones, my spirit body would be able to reach the next level. This is indeed a good place. Then what are we waiting for? Let's continue to search for more life and death realm warriors' skeletons. This parallel space battlefield is so huge, so it would be impossible for there to be only one. There should be a lot of them. You are right. Let's not waste any more time. Let's move now before the others find us. As time went on, more and more people had found spirit power crystal stones. Of course, most of them were Sea of Souls realm warriors. Astral-reaching realm warriors had entered the parallel space battlefield, but they were still very nervous. They did not even have the time to save their own lives, not to mention the fact that it was not that easy to find life and death realm warriors' skeletons. The 9th spirit power crystal stone, shattering a life and death realm warrior's skeleton, Yi Chun had gotten another 2 spirit power crystal stones, making it 9 in total. There is another life and death realm warrior's skeleton 70 miles away. Yi Chen's soul power could radiate out for almost 100 miles. 70 miles to the east, there was a huge demon's skeleton lying on the ground. Right next to it was a human life and death realm warrior's skeleton. Besides that, there was also a 3-meter-tall human skeleton that caught Yi Chen's attention. Shoo! Flashing his body, Yi Chen flew over. Arriving at his destination, Yi Chen did not say anything as he released his fist power, shattering the 3 skeletons into powder. The red spirit power crystal stones and the black demon power crystal stones fell into the pile of ashes. What a huge spirit power crystal stones! In the ashes of the life and death realm warrior, Yi Chen found 5 spirit power stones, 3 of which were the size of soybeans, 1 of which was the size of a pinky finger, and the last one was the size of a thumb. The energy inside was so rich that it was equivalent to 5 normal-sized spirit power stones. The demon power crystal stones inside the demon's skeleton did not change much. They were still the size of a pinky finger, and there were 2 of them in total. As for that 3-meter-tall human skeleton, it surprised Yi Chen because it was not the spirit power crystal stones inside, but the demon power crystal stones. There were the same amount as the spirit power crystal stones, 5 of which were the size of a thumb, and 1 of which was the size of a longan. Is this also a demon's man? Yi Chen guessed to himself. Dozens of miles away, a human figure had his eyes on Yi Chen. My luck is not bad. I can't believe I ran into a fat sheep. His power is only at peak level late astral reaching realm. It seems like this parallel space battlefield is my fortune. I have to make good use of it. The human figure sneered. Shoo! He turned into a beam of light and shot out. Someone is here. Activating his soul power at all times would consume too much energy. Therefore, normally he would keep his alert range within 5 miles at most. This way, even if someone suddenly appeared, he would have enough time to react, adjust his state, and counterattack. The incoming person was extremely fast. Within a couple of breaths, he had already appeared 100 steps away from Yi Chun. Brat, you are not running? It seems like you are quite smart. You know that you can't outrun Sea of Souls realm warriors. That's good too. It will save me a lot of time and effort. Hand over the spirit power crystal stones, and that black crystal stone. I am in a good mood, so I might let you go. It was a middle-aged man wearing a yellow battle robe. He had a strong body, sharp eyes, and a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Yi Chen stood in the middle of the ashes and said coldly, "Why should I give it to you?" Obviously, he did not expect Yi Chen's attitude to be this tough. It seemed like he did not care about him at all. In fact, he could even see a trace of disdain in Yi Chen's eyes. Boom! The ground under his feet sank a little bit. The man in yellow robes said with a creepy voice, "I was planning to leave your body intact, but it seems like there is no need for that. Die!" The dark red soil exploded, and a huge blade appeared in the man's hand. It had the vibration of a top-rank great weapon, which was extremely heavy. It was like a huge mountain had been compressed into it. With the power of the mountain, the blade sliced through the sky and attacked at an extremely fast speed. Yi Chen held 3 swords with his right hand at the same time. He shook his Zhenyuan, and the 3 swords stuck together. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen waved out a sword. Boom! The ground shook a couple of times, and a couple of pitch-black ravines appeared on the ground. The man in yellow robes was blown backward in disbelief, a trace of blood leaking out of the corner of his mouth. "What is going on? I am a soul warrior, but I cannot beat a peak-level late astral-reaching realm warrior, even though he is also holding a top-rank great weapon." The man in yellow robes looked at Yi Chen with a serious expression on his face. Yi Chen looked at the long swords that were stuck together and thought to himself, Zhenyuan strings are indeed useful. Only a normal sword attack could force back a soul warrior. The evil yuan strings that Chu Zhongtian had revealed were indeed hard to train, but one should not forget that Yi Chen's original soul was unparalleled. Even Sea of Souls realm warriors might not be able to compete with him. Plus, this evil yuan string, or Zhenyuan string, was just a very difficult skill, not a powerful martial art. It would be much easier to learn. Therefore, right now, Yi Chen had already mastered the Zhenyuan string ability, which would allow him to perform even more powerful attacks. "Brat, you indeed have some power. But it ends here." With a roar, the man in yellow performed his profound sense martial art, throwing out a blade attack at an extreme speed. 70%. Yi Chen's eyebrows flicked as he threw out the 9th movement of his green lotus sword art, Amaranth in Nature. Combined with his master-level sword intent, it was as fast as a shooting star, clashing with the blade. Pooh! A huge mouthful of blood was puked out, mixed with bits of flesh. The man in yellow was shocked to the core. "Not good. I have run into a tough one. Perhaps he is a true dragon-level martial genius from the tea gathering?" He had heard that a true dragon-level martial genius could compete with a soul warrior, but today was the first time he had seen one. He could not help but curse his bad luck. "You can leave your life here." Yi Chen did not give the man in yellow the chance to escape. He used his body as a sword and appeared on his right side, performing his Amaranth in Nature once again. Forgive people when you can. You will not have a good ending if you go too far. The man in yellow robes roared as he lifted up his blade to block out the attack. Shoo! The tip of the sword was lifted up slightly. The long sword brushed past the blade and pierced through the man's neck, bringing out a long stream of hot blood. Pulling out the sword, Yi Chen said lightly, "This is your ending." The man in yellow robes had his eyes wide open as he fell onto the ground. Shoo! The storage ring on his finger was sucked into Yi Chen's hand. Without even looking, Yi Chen threw it into his own storage ring before turning to leave. A spiritualist had died, just like that. Chapter 476. Corpses were piled up all over the place. Not far away, there was a dark red mountain peak that had lost its edges and was in a state of weathering. Inside the mountain, there was a spacious cave, and Yi Chen was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock in the middle of the cave. There are a lot of Sea of Souls realm warriors in the parallel space battlefield. With my current power, I might not be able to survive against spirit warriors and master-level warriors. I should try to increase my power first. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen took out the man's storage ring. There were a couple of manuals inside, but there were no top-rank Earthrealm manuals. There were 4 mid-rank weapons, hundreds of thousands of mid-rank spirit stones, and 8,000 top-rank spirit stones. Besides that, there were also 4 spirit power crystals and 3 demon power crystals. As for the top-rank blade of the man in yellow, Yi Chen had already put it into his own storage ring. 18 spirit power crystals. I wonder if I can train my spirit body to 1/3 completion. Yi Chen looked down at his opened left hand. There were 18 red crystals, 1 the size of a thumb, 1 the size of a pinky, and 16 the size of beans. Normally, the spirit power crystals inside the life and death realm warriors should be enough for Yi Chen to train his spirit body. But after hundreds of thousands of years, not only had there been a lot of spirit power crystals, but the energy inside had also almost dissipated. It could not even compare to the bones of Sea of Souls realm warriors who had been dead for hundreds of years. Flipping his hand, there was still a bean-sized spirit power crystal left in his palm. Yi Chen closed his eyes slightly, trying his best to absorb the energy inside. As the red energy entered his body, Yi Chen could not help but moan. What a strange feeling. His body felt like it had been dry for a long time, and he was trying his best to absorb the red energy without having to control it at all. After absorbing 1 spirit power crystal, Yi Chen started on the second one. After half an hour, there was only 1 spirit power crystal left out of the 18, and the rest had all been absorbed. At the same time, a slight change had happened to Yi Chen's body. A light red halo appeared on the surface of his body, vibrating at a speed that could not be seen by naked eyes. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen continued to absorb the last thumb-sized psionic crystal. This psionic crystal contains 6 times the energy of a normal psionic crystal. The red energy was like a raging river flowing through his arm and into his body. It began to spread, covering his entire body, even his head. The faint red halo on Yi Chen's body became several times brighter, dyeing his hair and clothes red. He was full of vitality. Another hour passed, and the red halo became fainter and fainter. In the end, it was absorbed by the body, and it was hard to notice from the outside. Opening his eyes, 2 beams of red light shot out. Yi Chen said to himself, "It's worse than I thought. The essence of spiritual energy is almost completely gone. What's left is the thinnest spiritual energy." The most precious part of a psionic crystal was its essence. These 18 psionic crystals contained a lot of energy, but unfortunately, there were only a few strands of essence. But I can feel that my body's power has increased a lot. Plus, I have trained the pure jade body boosting spell, so it should be equivalent to 1/3 of my spirit body. After reaching the peak level of late astral reaching realm, the physical advantage brought by the pure jade body boosting spell would not be that great anymore. It would only be a bit more power than the others. But a little advantage was still an advantage, since the process of training the physical body was actually the same as training the spirit body. My Zhenyuan has become lively. Training the spirit body has this effect. The lively Zhenyuan was the best time to make a breakthrough. Yi Chen did not dare to waste any time, so he closed his eyes immediately. The Zhenyuan in his dantian started to circulate according to the 13th realm of the Green Lotus Sword spell, 1 round after another. He was waiting for the chance to make a breakthrough, which would be the 14th realm of the martial art. Not knowing how long had passed, the whole dark red mountains started to shake. That sharp chi spread out from the mountain peak. It even tore open a huge crack in the black chi in the sky, which did not disappear for a long time. The next second, a huge illusory green lotus wrapped the mountain peak up. The green lotus blossomed, and a sword sound could be heard continuously, as if a great sword was about to come out of its scabbard. Such a powerful sword chi. Someone is making a breakthrough. 100 miles away, 3 human figures suddenly stopped moving, looking towards the dark red mountain peak where Yi Chun was. Although the sword chi is powerful, the Zhenyuan chi is not that powerful. Let's go check it out. Shoo! 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 The 3 turned into beams of light, flying at an extreme speed. Soon, the 3 arrived a couple of miles away from the mountain peak, staring at that blooming, illusory green lotus without blinking. Ha! This is the top of the top-rank Earth Realm sword spell. If I can get it and train it to the same realm, my power will double. The sword artist in dark green robes had his pupils shrunk as he laughed out loud. The elder in black next to him stroked his beard. Even top-rank Earth Realm martial arts have different levels. This is indeed a top-rank martial art. Plus, it is a sword spell trained by a sword artist. It is way better than the high-rank Earth Realm martial art you are training. The sword artist in green said with determination, I can take less of the other things, but this sword spell, I want it. You two don't have any objections, right? The bald, middle-aged man grinned. It would be useless for us to take the sword spell. But he might not have the sword spell with him. He might have already destroyed it. Then I will pry open his mouth and make him spit it out one word at a time. Anyway, it is not like I have never imprisoned warriors before. The sword artist in green smiled creepily. The 14th level of the green lotus sword spell is so powerful. The Zhenyuan is so pure. Plus, the Zhenyuan core is embedded in a green lotus seed. Yi Chun opened his body and realized that his Zhenyuan was much purer than before, like a flowing green liquid. The biggest change was still inside his dantian. A green, crystal-like lotus seed was floating in the middle, and in the center of the seed was the green egg-like Zhenyuan core. The core was shining with a green halo, and the 9 green lotus sword chi that was rotating around the Zhenyuan core started to merge together, gradually turning into one. The density of the sword chi increased rapidly, and eventually became a lotus seed, which was embedded in one of the many small holes on the surface of the seed. Lotus seed. Lotus seed. The 14th level of the green lotus sword spell had been completed. I wonder how powerful the lotus heart sword chi is. Yi Chun raised his head, as if he could see the scene outside. He sneered, You will see it soon. Outside the dark red mountain peak, the sword artist in green robes held his sword with both of his hands and hacked down heavily. Break! Crack! The mountain peak was split in half, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. The second the mountain peak was split open, the sword artist in green saw Yi Chun flying up. The latter smiled at him, reached out his right hand, and flicked his finger. Shoo! The lotus seed-shaped sword chi shot out like a flat bullet. Danger! The sword artist in green robes felt his scalp go numb. He wanted to dodge, but his reaction speed was still a bit slow. The sword chi pierced through his forehead, leaving a small hole. The elder in black and the bald middle-aged man were watching from the side, waiting to see how the sword artist in green was going to kill Yi Chun. However, the result shocked them. The sword artist in green had fallen down after only one attack. That pinky-sized sword chi was unbelievably fast, and it was a one-hit kill. Looking for death. The elder in black thought that the sword artist in green was too careless, so he was enraged. He threw out a claw attack towards Yi Chun. Taking out the destruction sword, Yi Chun activated his pure Zhenyuan and flashed once, appearing in front of the elder in black. He held the thunder sword in his left hand and attacked out with the destruction sword in his right hand. His body was split into 4 pieces, and the elder in black had died. Impossible. He is only at the peak level of late astral reaching realm. The bald, middle-aged man's face was filled with astonishment, and his face contorted. Run! Without thinking, the middle-aged man performed his movement art and escaped at an extreme speed. Amaranthan nature. Putting the Thunder Sword and the Destruction Sword back into their scabbards, Yichen took a deep breath and stabbed out with his sword. The sword chi spilled out. Dang! Sensing the sword chi with his soul power, the middle-aged man hurried to turn around and waved his stick. Burning sparks covered his whole body. Not good. The middle-aged man could only feel his chi and blood flowing in reverse, and his internal organs being shattered. A mouthful of blood mixed with pieces of flesh spurted out, and it did not stop for a long time. By the time the middle-aged man recovered his chi and blood, Yichen was already 10 steps away, waving his sword down. Swoosh! The middle-aged man had died. Reaching out his hand and sucking the storage ring into his hand, Yichen shook his head. He thought to himself, the power of the Soul Realm warriors is not the same, and these few are too weak. I wonder what rank I would be in the Soul Realm. Yichen had never thought that he could compete with Spirit Realm warriors. What a joke! Spirit Realm warriors had already trained their martial arts to completion and had even learned the profound. How could he fight against them? Not to mention one Yichen, even 3 or 5 of Yichen would not be able to compete with Spirit Realm warriors. Fighting 2 realms higher than him was not something that could be said casually. Of course, with his Green Lotus Sword spell trained to its 14th realm, his body had produced a Lotus Heart Sword Chi. Therefore, he was not afraid of most of the Soul Realm warriors anymore. Only those who were close to the Spirit Warrior level would have to be careful, since these people were extremely powerful. Time to find Morong. Relying on his intuition, Yichen picked a direction and flew out. Thousands of miles in front of Yichen, in a sunken area, Murong Qingcheng was facing a life and death crisis. Her opponents were 2 Spirit Realm warriors. There was a huge difference in power between Spirit Realm warriors, and normal Spirit Realm warriors would not even be able to handle one attack from her. However, these 2 were definitely powerful warriors. Their martial arts were all trained to completion, and their profound martial arts had also reached 50% completion. As long as they could learn a little bit of the profound, they would be able to reach Spirit Realm. If it were not for the fact that she had finally trained her bloodline to perfection and increased her power by half, she would have been dead already. Flying Sky Assassination Cut. With a heavy wound on her back, Murong Qingcheng puked out a huge mouthful of blood. She threw out an attack at the middle-aged man in front of her. The middle-aged man did not dare to underestimate her, so he threw out a blade attack to meet her attack. Boom! The mountains around the 2 shattered, and a massive light ball exploded. Am I going to die here? Blood kept spurting out of her mouth as Murong Qingcheng revealed a self-mocking smile. The short old man, who had not been doing anything, said, "Don't resist. With the 2 of us working together, no Spirit Realm warrior would be able to survive. Although your power is not much weaker than ours, it is impossible for you to turn the tables. Just give up." Black light spread out on the surface of her body as Murong Qingcheng tried her best to maintain her injuries. She reached out her right hand and condensed a black light ball. The black light ball exploded and shot out in a fan shape, increasing its power. The 2 originally thought that the black light ball did not have much power, but who would have thought that the light attack actually contained a soul attack, causing their minds to become muddled. Fortunately, the power of the soul attack was limited, so the short old man immediately woke up. With an ugly expression, he said, "I almost failed miserably. I didn't think that the profound martial art you've learned actually contained a soul attack. Unfortunately, you've only learned the tip of the iceberg. Otherwise, I would have died in your hands. Blade Scar, let's kill her together. Chapter 477. There is an energy vibration up ahead. It is Murong Qingcheng battling with someone else. Hundreds of miles away, Yi Chen's speed suddenly increased as he sensed Murong Qingcheng's qi. From afar, Yi Chen could see the sunken ground. Inside the sunken ground, the short elder and the middle-aged man were attacking Murong Qingcheng together. Both of them had the power of peak-level soul warriors, but they were still at early Sea of Souls realm, which was not that powerful. Taking out his destruction sword, Yi Chen threw out a sword attack, the sword qi looking like a rainbow. Who? The short elder reacted very fast, waving his palm to block out the sword qi. But the attacking power still made him back out dozens of steps, wobbling uncontrollably. Shoo! After a couple of flashes, Yi Chen appeared right next to Murong Qingcheng. Are you okay? Seeing that Murong Qingcheng was badly wounded, Yi Chen frowned. A smile appeared on Murong Qingcheng's face as she shook her head. If you were one step too late, I would have been in trouble. Then she coughed out another mouthful of blood, dyeing her clothes red. Brat, die! The middle-aged man held his blade with both of his hands, waving it down heavily. The blade light covered both of them, planning to kill them all at once. Yi Chen's eyes flashed as both of his swords attacked back and forth. Swoosh! The massive light ball exploded, and the depth of the crater increased from hundreds of meters to thousands of meters, looking like a deep, hemispherical pit. The middle-aged man could not handle the power of Yi Chen's attack, and his whole body was blown away for thousands of meters, cutting off half of a mountain. This brat is tricky. The short elder's pupils shrank. He knew about the middle-aged man's power, besides some of the freakishly powerful soul warriors. Almost no one would be able to compete with him. Plus, the middle-aged man had trained the Earth mentality, which was known for its powerful power. Even with that, he could not handle Yi Chen's attack, which showed how hard Yi Chen was to deal with. The middle-aged man flew back, his face a bit pale. He licked his lips as he stared at Yi Chen with a serious and murderous look. The short elder said, "Blade Scar, do your best." The knife-scarred man sneered, "Don't worry, he can't hurt me. Try to recover from your injuries first. Leave them to me." Yi Chen could see that Murong Qingcheng's injuries were recovering at an extremely fast rate. This kind of recovery speed was very abnormal, but when he thought about the many secrets Murong Qingcheng had, the abnormality seemed normal. Murong Qingcheng nodded. All right. She was clear that if she didn't recover to a certain degree, she would only be a hindrance if she went up. Moreover, she was surprised to find that Yi Chen's strength had reached a whole new level. He was even stronger than when he was in the tea gathering. "Kid, you alone aren't enough." The short elder heaved a sigh of relief. If it was one-on-one, he would not have the confidence to defeat Yi Chen. But if it was two-on-one, the difficulty would be reduced by several times. He was afraid that Murong Qingcheng would disregard her injured body and join hands with Yi Chen. If that happened, the outcome would be unpredictable. Yi Chen's expression didn't change. "We'll know once we try. Go." Without any nonsense, the short elder and the knife-scarred man attacked Yi Chen from the left and right. One performed a palm art, while the other performed a blade art. Their teamwork was perfect. Ding, ding, dang, dang. Yi Chen was not afraid at all. He held the thunder sword in his left hand and the destruction sword in his right, splitting his mind and fighting against the two alone. What? Dual sword style? After a round of attacks, the short elder could not help but exclaim in a low voice after seeing that he could not do anything to Yi Chen. Before, when Yi Chen had sent the knife-scarred man flying with his dual swords, he already had some doubts. Now he was finally sure that Yi Chen was a rare dual sword style sword artist, able to split his mind and attack with ease. With an ugly expression, the short elder yelled out. Both of his hands turned into ghostly fire claws as he threw out 18 palm strikes. Each palm strike contained a powerful fire mentality, exploding violently. The knife-scarred man did not dare to be careless either. His dirt-yellow heavy blade carried a dense earth mentality as he slashed out diagonally and vertically, each strike fatal. Break! With a thunderous roar, Yi Chen jumped up. The Sky Thundercut and the Reverse Sky Thundercut attacked from the left and right respectively, giving people the feeling that there were two Yi Chen overlapping on top of each other, which was extremely strange and horrifying. Pap! 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 The sound of explosions never stopped. The three separated from each other from time to time and clashed together from time to time. It was a dazzling scene. Get down here! The knife-scarred man suddenly reached out his left hand. A powerful gravity covered Yi Chen, pulling him down at an extremely fast speed. Gravity cut without any mistakes. A piercing cold light flashed through his eyes as Yi Chen gave up on the dual sword style and combined 3 swords into one. One sword contained the destruction sword intent as it sliced out horizontally, forming a perfect circle. A full moon appeared, and the gravity was split in half. The knife-scarred man was shocked. Even gravity can be cut open? Who the fuck can tell me what is going on? What is going on? Idiot! Who told you to use gravity attack? The short elder had made up his mind to use all of his power to exhaust Yi Chen. He did not believe that Yi Chen would be able to keep it up. Multitasking was extremely taxing, and it was not just 1 or 2 times, but at least a few times. However, seeing the knife-scarred man use gravity attack, and Yi Chen switched from dual sword style to single sword style, he could not help but grind his teeth in anger. The knife-scarred man said impatiently, "Who the fuck knew that he could cut the gravity? What a freak." Never mind. It is good that he is not multitasking. With just one sword, he would not be our opponent. The short elder did not want to argue with the knife-scarred man, so he took the initiative to back off. Holding the top-rank longsword with 3 swords combined into one, Yi Chen threw out a sword attack, performing the 9th movement of the Green Lotus sword art, Amaranthan nature, towards the short elder. Not good. It is a 50% profound sense martial art. Although profound sense martial arts had different levels of power, it was very easy to tell before learning the profound sense, especially when it was at 50%, which was very close to the profound sense. The speed of the sword chi was way too fast, and it was getting faster and faster. It was already impossible to dodge it. The short elder only had time to set up a defensive layer in front of him. Pooh! The defensive layer was shattered, and the short elder's shoulder was bleeding profusely. Piss off! The knife-scarred man's attack had arrived. The 100-meter-long blade chi was like a falling jade pillar, slashing towards Yi Chen's head. Shoo! Sparks were brought up as Yi Chen waved his sword to block out the blade chi. I want you dead. Seizing the opportunity, the short elder did not care about the sword wound on his shoulder anymore. He grabbed the air with his right hand, and a huge flame hand was about to wrap around Yi Chen. Shoo! 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 Even more sparks were brought up. Yi Chen put more power into his arm, and the long sword and the blade chi brushed past each other. He then immediately cut open the huge flame hand and jumped out from the gap. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that it was beyond the limits of one's vision. The blade chi dimmed a little, and the knife-scarred man's blade momentum changed from a vertical chop to a horizontal chop. The blade chi followed closely behind Yi Chen, trying to cut him in half. Bang! For no reason, the blade chi was shattered. Murong Qingcheng, whose clothes were stained with blood, dashed over. Soul destruction wave. The black light ball in her left hand exploded, and a fan-shaped black shock wave spread out. Oh no! The short elder and the knife-scarred man dodged to the side at the same time. Although this black shock wave could not do anything to them, their minds would be muddled for a moment. If it were before, they would not care about it. But now, they had to deal with an extremely troublesome Yi-Chun. The short elder dodged the radiation of the shock wave, but because the knife-scarred man's blade chi and blood were shaken, his reaction was a little slower. When Murong Qingcheng came over, Yi Chen's mind was sharp, and he quickly approached the two of them. Therefore, the knife-scarred man's momentary sluggishness did not escape Yi Chen's senses. He stabbed out with his top-grade longsword. Dang! That moment was too short. The knife-scarred man raised his blade to block the attack at the critical moment. His right hand that was holding the blade cracked, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Reverse sky thundercut. In the eyes of others, Yi Chen's sword art was unpredictable, and it was not without reason. He held the scabbard at his waist with his left hand and slashed upwards. Scabbard! The knife-scarred man's face flashed with disbelief. Uffed! The scabbard hit the knife-scarred man's chin, and the force went in. Knife scar! The short elder dodged the black shock wave, and he saw Yi Chen hit the knife-scarred man's chin with the scabbard. Then, he saw the life force in the knife-scarred man's eyes disappear, and he fell from the sky. Gritting his teeth, the short elder looked at Yi Chen and Murong Qingcheng with hatred, and turned into a stream of ghostly light. Sky Demon Power Field. Murong Qingcheng's right hand reached out and pulled back, and a horrifying gravitational force appeared, pulling the short elder's body. However, Murong Qingcheng's Zhenyuan was far from the short elder's, and she could only slow him down a little, but it was enough. Turning around, Yi Chen flicked his finger at the short elder. It was the Lotus Heart sword chi that could recover once every half an hour. Pooh! The short elder's heart was pierced through, and he died immediately. Seeing the short elder die, Murong Qingcheng let out a sigh of relief. It had been too short, and her injuries had not fully recovered yet. She had just barely managed to do that. Putting the long sword back into the scabbard, Yi Chen flew over, frowned, and said in a low voice, "Murong, are you one of the demons?" It was no wonder that he asked this. When fighting with the short elder and the knife-scarred man, he had noticed that Murong Qingcheng used crystals to recover her injuries, and those crystals were not spirit crystals, but demon crystals, which made him suspicious. Murong Qingcheng seemed to know that Yi Chen would ask this. "You saw it?" Yi Chen nodded. "If I said I'm not, would you believe me?" Yi Chen thought about it. "Of course I would." "Thank you. I am indeed not one of the demons, but I am related to the demons." Murong Qingcheng said. "You are related to the demons?" Yi Chen was even more confused. Among the information that the Battle King had given him, there was nothing about the demons, so he knew nothing about them. Murong Qingcheng continued to say, "The demon race is a race that is above the human race." However, after the ancient times, there were no traces of the demon race anymore. But the demon race left behind a race with their bloodline. This race, I am the family that I belong to, and I have the bloodline of this family. Thinking about how low-key Murong Qingcheng used to be, Yi Chen said, "If this is a big deal, you should not say it. I will understand." Actually, it is okay to say it. Those life and death realm warriors all know about my family, and half of them are not against us living in this land. Of course, the other half wants to kill my family, and they are just waiting for the right opportunity. Murong Qingcheng laughed at herself. My family is called the Demi-Demon family, and all of my family members have the Demi-Demon bloodline. Chapter 478. The human demon bloodline is a hybrid bloodline of humans and demons. It has the appearance of humans and a physique close to that of demons. As for whether it is suitable to cultivate Zhen Yuan or demon power, it depends on which bloodline is more suitable. if there is more human bloodline, then it is suitable to cultivate Zhen Yuan. If there is more demons, then it is suitable to cultivate demon power. If there is the same amount, then both can be cultivated. This is the so-called perfect human-demon bloodline. Murong Qingcheng explained. Yichen pondered and said, "Why didn't I feel anything strange about you before? It seems that after meeting you in the land of extreme negative energy, you have changed." Nodding, Murong Qingcheng said, "The first generation of human demons all had the perfect human-demon bloodline. However, with the disappearance of demons, the passage of time, and the intermarriage between human demons and human demons caused the demon's bloodline in the next generation to become less and less. Instead, there is more and more human demon's bloodline. So much so that without a secret test, it is impossible to tell whether there is demon's bloodline or not. And the lack of demon's bloodline makes our people almost no different from human demons, unless we can awaken and stimulate the demon's bloodline in our body." "Then you awakened. What's the deal with refining demonic energy crystal stones?" "Yes." Murong Qingcheng let out a breath. "In order to prevent the demon's bloodline from becoming less and less, our people adopted the rule of intermarriage within the race. Human demons must marry human demons. In this way, if the children inherit most of the demon's bloodline from their parents, the demon's bloodline in their body will be stronger than the previous generation. Of course, no matter how strong it is, it will not be more than half. Approaching half is already very rare. After I awakened, the demon's bloodline in my body is approaching half. The planar battlefield is an opportunity allowing my demon's bloodline to reach half, and I have the perfect human-demon bloodline. Therefore, whether it is spirit energy crystal stones or demonic energy crystal stones, I can refine and absorb them, and I chose demonic energy crystal stones." Listening to Murong Qingcheng's words, Yichen expressed his understanding. Whether it was demons or human race, they respected the strong. No one didn't want to be stronger. Obviously, demons were a race above human race. It was normal for them to choose to refine demonic energy crystal stones. If it was him, he would do the same. Refining demonic energy crystal stones won't make me develop into demons, right? Yi Chen saw demons' bloodline at least 3 meters tall, and most of them were tens or even hundreds of meters tall. He didn't want Murong Qingcheng. Murong Qingcheng smiled and said, "The human-demon bloodline is the human-demon bloodline." Her clothes fell off, and Murong Qingcheng's tall and perfect body was exposed. Her black hair was like a waterfall covering her full breasts. Her slender and smooth waist was so slim that it could be held in one hand, and when it reached the bottom, it rapidly expanded. Her snow-white and delicate skin could almost drive any man or woman crazy. Her legs were straight and took up 2/3 of her body, and they were tightly closed together. After changing into a clean purple dress, she walked out of the stone room. In her sight, Yichun was still refining the psionic energy. His eyes were closed, and his back was straight like a sharp sword. His shoulders were wide, and his waist was slim. 3 years. I only have 3 years left of the time my family gave me. Biting her lower lip, Murong Qingcheng's eyes flashed with a complicated look. Phew! A slightly dark red aura was spat out, piercing through the mountain rock in front of him. Yichen slowly opened his eyes, turned his head, and made eye contact with Murong Qingcheng. There was a moment of hesitation and warmth between the two of them. Shaking off the non-existent dust on his body, Yichen stood up and said, "You didn't wait long, right?" "No." Murong Qingcheng shook her head. "Then let's go out." Yichen suddenly pulled out the long sword at his waist, and with one slash, he broke the mountain. The mountain was split open, and the light of the dimensional battlefield shone in, covering the two of them. On the seventh day of the dimensional battlefield's opening, the outside world finally became restless. Crack! The space shattered, and a middle-aged man in a dark red robe did not say anything. He waved his hand, and the extreme rank axe that was in the abyss flew out. It is the leader. The leader is here. The extreme rank axe belongs to him. All of the masters of the shining martial school were overjoyed. The extreme rank weapons were 100 times more precious than the top rank ones. Any life and death realm warrior would be able to increase their battling power drastically if they had it. Meanwhile, people from the other rank 5 martial institutions frowned, feeling anxious. Hee, Shining King, what are you worrying about? The extreme rank axe is not something you can have. A sky-covering, huge hand appeared out of nowhere, covering the axe. The Shining King was furious. Beast King, how dare you? As he spoke, he waved his arm, and a misty light cut off 3 fingers of the huge hand, pulling the axe out from the gap. Why would I not dare? The powerful Beast King tore open the surreal space as a godly light shot out from his eyes, shattering the light with one punch. At the same time, the hill-sized extreme rank axe lost its control and stabbed into the ground, shaking the whole place. The shockwave spread out in all directions. It is our leader. Our leader is here as well. This time, it was the Beast School's turn to be excited. The Shining King, also shot out a godly light from his eyes as he stared at the Beast King. The two's eyes were not normal at all. All that could be seen was the sound of thunder exploding in the clear sky. The sky suddenly darkened, and the bright light was like a star exploding. Everyone felt like they had arrived in the starry sky and could not see anything at all. There was only light and 2 godlike king warriors. This is so scary. Is that the ground under my feet? How come I cannot feel the gravity and the density of the earth? All of the warriors with cultivation lower than the Sea of Souls realm felt their legs shaking. They looked down, but they could not see the ground at all. It was pitch black and unfathomable. One of the master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors mumbled to himself, "The battle between the king warriors has already surpassed the normal battles. It is their wills that are messing with our judgment. Do not try to break through their wills. Otherwise, the attacking power will be enough to kill you." The Shining King's eyes were filled with anger that could burn through the earth. "Beast King, do you really want to compete with me? Don't forget that I was here first." "So what if you were here first? The extreme rank great weapon is hard to come by. The Beast King will not let it go." The Beast King and the Shining King's bodies were both covered in the light, making it hard to see their faces clearly. Even their words carried a powerful willpower that could make any Sea of Souls realm warrior lose their mind. Boom! Just as the two were confronting each other, a wave of thunder descended from the pitch-black sky. The thunder did not disappear, shattering part of the light. A city-sized palm reached down at an extreme speed. The patterns on the palm were clear, and the nails were like blades, filled with sharp electric arcs. Black Thunder King. The Shining King and the Beast King attacked at the same time, shattering that huge hand. Pap! A blurry human figure landed on the ground, and a voice was heard. "Shining King, Beast King, this extreme rank weapon belongs to me, the Black Thunder King. It is the closest to our Thunder City. It is the king of our Thunder Empire." All of the powerful warriors in the Thunder City were extremely excited. The Black Thunder King was indeed the blood uncle of the current emperor of the Thunder Empire, who was also one of Jing Aoshuan's great-grandfathers. It was because of him that the Thunder Empire could dominate the Thunder region, becoming the #1 country and the #1 power. The Shining King sneered. Do not talk to me about being the closest to the Thunder City. As long as it is in the Thunder region, I, the Shining King, will have the right to have a share. He, the Shining King has said what I said. Although the Beast King was afraid of the Black Thunder King, he was not afraid of him. Plus, it was a three-way battle, and none of them had the power to fight against two at the same time. Some of the warriors who had arrived on the seventh day because of something else were shocked. Three king warriors had appeared at the same time. What kind of joke was this? Also, the battle of their wills was way too horrifying. They were hundreds of miles away from the battle site, but they were still covered by the darkness. Looking back, they could not see anything, only darkness. Even their mind power and soul power could not penetrate through the darkness, which made them very nervous. Chapter 479. You must be joking. The Thunder region is so huge. If you want a share of everything that lands in here, then no one would be able to get anything. If you have a solution, then I would love to hear it. The Black Thunder King did not try to pressure the two, so he threw the problem to the Shining King and the Beast King. The Shining King said, "This axe is mine, and I can compensate you with other things." Huh! The Black Thunder King sneered and said to the Beast King, "Beast King, do you agree?" "Of course not. I know that you have a lot of good things, but I do not want them. On the other hand, I can compensate for your loss. I will take the axe." The Beast King liked heavy weapons the most, and the axe would be perfect for him. So, there was no way he would agree with the Shining King's solution. The Shining King said angrily, "Then what do you think we should do?" The Black Thunder King said, "Beast King, you have trained the earth element Jun Yuan. I have 2 earth Yuan crystals that I got from the sealed dust star. They should be enough to increase your cultivation by 40 years. 40 years of cultivation is not a small amount. Right now, your cultivation should be no more than 300 years, right?" "What? You have 2 earth Yuan crystals?" The Beast King was shocked. The cultivation of a life and death realm warrior would start from the life and death realm. Normally, when one had just reached the life and death realm, their cultivation would not be more than 100 years. Even Xianhou had only had 80 to 90 years of cultivation. When the Beast King reached the life and death realm, his cultivation was even lower, only 30 years. He had trained for 220 years and had also found some treasures that could increase his cultivation, so he only had about 290 years of cultivation. Therefore, 40 years of cultivation was indeed not a small amount. It would be enough for his battling power to increase a lot, although it would not be as powerful as the extreme rank axe. If he tried to fight for it, he would not have more than 30% chance of getting it. What do you think? The Black Thunder King was confident. The Beast King laughed. "Black Thunder King, it would be useless to take care of me. Even if I quit, there is still the Shining King for you to take care of." The Black Thunder King shook his head. "You do not need to worry about this. As long as you promise not to get involved, these 2 Earth Yuan crystals will be yours. I was planning to exchange them with the other kings anyway. There are a few king warriors who train the earth element in this true spirit continent." The Beast King took a deep breath and laughed. "All right, I promise you. The axe belongs to you too. I won't participate." "Great. Here you go." The Black Thunder King waved his hand and threw out 2 crystal stones that were shining with a muddy yellow halo. Reaching out to catch the Earth Yuan crystal, the Beast King examined it carefully. It was indeed an Earth Yuan crystal. He grinned and said, "Aren't you afraid that I will go back on my word?" "I believe you would not do that. Plus, I, the Black Thunder King, am not that easy to fool. Hatred rarely appeared between king warriors, and once it did, it would be a fight to the death. Therefore, The Black Thunder King did not think that the Beast King was ready to fight to the death with him. Hee, you have won. How could I, the Beast King, go back on my word? The Beast King glanced at the axe with pity, then waved his hand. All of the people from the Imperial Beast Martial School were covered in a yellow halo, backing out hundreds of miles with him. Meanwhile, he himself sat in the midair, not planning to leave yet. The Black Thunder King did not care about the Beast King's attitude. He turned his head and looked at the Shining King. Shining King, why don't you back off now? Black Thunder King, don't push it. The Shining King froze for a second, then became enraged. The Black Thunder King had sent away the Beast King, but did not plan to compensate him. Although he had already prepared himself to not accept the compensation, he could not accept the Black Thunder King's attitude of ignoring him. A king warrior's dignity could not be challenged, even if the other party was also a king warrior. Damn, this Black Thunder King is so evil. Luckily, he chose me first. The Beast King made a face. The Black Thunder King's power was way more powerful than any of them. Without him, the Shining King would obviously not be his opponent, and without the Shining King, he would not be his opponent either. If the Black Thunder King had chosen the Shining King first, then he would not be able to get any compensation, nor would he be able to get the axe. The people from the Shining Martial School were also feeling humiliated. However, the king warrior's dignity was not something they could judge, so no one dared to show their anger. The Black Thunder King sneered, "I have pushed it too far. Last time, you and the Blue King had tricked me, and I have not gotten even with you yet. Today, I will take care of both the old and the new. The thing that I want, you will not be able to stop it." The Shining King did not say another word as his body turned into a beam of light shooting toward the axe. Both of his eyes shot out beams of thunder. The Black Thunder King threw out a palm attack, breaking the beam of light and knocking the axe into the air. He then reached out his left hand, trying to grab it. Shoo! The beam of light flashed again as the Shining King's hand attack shattered the Zhenyuan and will of the Black Thunder King on the axe. The two continued to fight around the axe. The surreal space was like a broken mirror, cracking and making a loud noise. Extreme Emperor Shocking Fist Art. Up in the sky, the Black Thunder King's roar was like a world-destroying thunder. He performed an attack that Jing Aoshuan had used before. However, when it landed in the hands of the Black Thunder King, its power had increased by hundreds or even thousands of times. The surreal space had been pierced through, causing space fragments to tumble everywhere. Just a low-rank, profound martial art. Break. Light of the Shining King. The Shining King's body was like a small red sun, exploding with an endless light. The light immediately destroyed the fist power of the Black Thunder King and covered him within. Stupid. The Extreme Emperor Shocking Fist art is only used to exhaust your ace attack. 5 Thunderprint. The Black Thunder King reached out his left hand that was behind his back. He opened his 5 fingers, each of them shooting out a dark blue light print. Wherever the light print reached, the light disappeared. You are the stupid one. My light of the Shining King does not only have martial power, but also speed. The extreme rank axe is mine now. The Shining King traveled through the light that had not disappeared yet. His speed was extremely fast, as if he was the light, and the light was him. If I say that you are stupid, then you are. 5 Thunderprint. Seal. Pap. In front of the Shining King. The 5 light prints suddenly stopped, forming a sealed area filled with thunder and lightning, blocking his way out. Anger flashed through the Shining King's eyes as he waved his hand in the air. A huge black hole appeared in the surreal space, and his whole body jumped in. However, in the deepest part of the surreal space, There were also thunder and lightning. Of course, it was much weaker than the outside world, and could not threaten him at all. Just as he was about to appear in the surreal space near the axe, a huge hand pushed him in again. Black Thunder King, you bastard! Don't think that you can get it so easily. Swoosh! The light formed into a chain and dragged the axe in. All right, this time, I will beat you until you are scared. The Black Thunder King stepped out and entered the deepest part of the surreal space. When the two of them disappeared, the world returned to normal. Warm sunlight shone down, and the surroundings were in a mess. There were some places where the Earth's crust had been pierced through, and surging magma continuously splashed out. It was bright red and incomparably hot, and it was a shocking sight. Close. The Beast King landed on the lava, and the brown light around his body suddenly expanded. The cracks on the ground closed up quickly, and the broken crust started to recover at a shocking speed. He then said without turning his head, "You guys do what you need to do. I will go check it out." After saying that, he jumped into the deepest part of the surreal space. After the three king warriors had left, the rest of the people looked at each other. So horrifying. This is the battle of the king warriors. It is so destructive that even the Earth's crust has been punctured. None of their attacks landed on the ground. They were all caused by the aftershocks. If they had attacked directly, I wonder what would have happened. What should we do next? Enter the parallel space, of course. There are fewer and fewer king warriors' corpses in the parallel space battlefield. It seems like the area where we came in has the most. Plus, some of the king warriors' corpses don't even have spirit stones in them. The broken corpses were endless. Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng were standing on a dark red plateau with a black aura above their heads. Murong Qingcheng said, "It is not bad. This parallel space battlefield's environment is special, and even the corpses have been preserved. Otherwise, after hundreds of thousands of years, there would not be anything left." Boom! While the two were talking, the surreal space in front of them was filled with thunder and light. There are thunder and dazzling light in this parallel space battlefield? Yichen looked surprised. A black light flashed in Murong Qingcheng's eyes as she shook her head and said, "No, that surreal space is about to shatter. Someone is fighting." Who could have such a huge battle? Boom! Just as Yichen finished his sentence, the surreal space twisted and shattered. Two human figures jumped into the parallel space battlefield. One of them was wrapped in endless thunder and lightning, while the other looked like a small, dark, red sun. Soon, a powerful willpower covered them, making them lose their sense of the environment. Not good. It is two life and death realm warriors. The two gasped and backed out at the same time. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not get out of the dark environment. It seemed like they were in a starry sky. Crack! The hill-sized axe followed the two into the parallel space battlefield, stabbing into the ground. Shining King, you are not their opponent. It is not too late to give up now. Otherwise, your yuan qi will be severely damaged, and your cultivation will decrease drastically. The Black Thunder King scanned around and was slightly surprised. It was a parallel space battlefield, which was extremely hard to find. It must be because of the fact that the parallel space had opened automatically, which was why they were able to come in through the surreal space. Otherwise, they would not be able to do this. Taking a deep breath, the Black Thunder King looked back at the Shining King and said seriously. The Shining King came back to his senses and sneered. "Black Thunder King, who are you trying to scare? This time, even if it costs me a lot of my yuan qi, I will take this axe. Don't even think about it. Since you do not want to do it the hard way, then don't blame me for being cruel. 5 Thunderprint. Explode." The Black Thunder King opened both of his fingers, and 10 dark blue light prints shot out, exploding in the air and blowing the shining king hundreds of miles away. Woo, woo, woo. It was unknown if it was because the battle between the two was too loud, but the black chi in the sky started to become chaotic. It started to converge at a certain point, forming a black funnel that connected the sky and the ground. The funnel continued to spin, shooting out black lightning bolts, while the black light inside was almost solid. What is going on? The Black Thunder King stopped fighting and turned his head to look at the black funnel. The Shining King also took back his angry eyes, looking confused. The surreal space had been shattered, and the Beast King walked in. Seeing that the two had stopped fighting, he was curious. Only when he saw the black funnel did he realize what was going on. Crack! Below the dark funnel, the ground suddenly exploded, and a giant hand covered in scales and sharp nails broke out of the ground. This demon claw was way too big. It was more than 100 meters tall, and every finger was like a jade pillar that supported the sky, surrounded by black arcs of light. Chapter 480. The moment the demonic claw stretched out, a terrifying and evil aura that could destroy one's soul spread out. The corpses and bones in the surroundings exploded into powder. The mountain couldn't withstand the pressure of the aura and turned into ashes, dispersing all of a sudden. This chi was so powerful that it seemed to be boundless. What? The chi of an ancient demon king. The Black Demon King was shocked. As a life and death realm warrior, he needed to know about the demons that were even more powerful than the humans in the ancient times. This demon claw was not a beast's claw, but a demon's claw, which was a branch of the demons. They were known for their huge bodies, and correspondingly, the demon power inside their bodies was also proportional to their body size. At their peak, any ancient demon king's demon power would be hundreds or even thousands of times more than life and death realm warriors of the same level. Although the ancient demon kings did not train martial arts, could not understand the profound, and did not have a powerful willpower, and could only fight with their bodies and demon power in a one-on-one battle, or even 10-on-1 battle, the one who would die would be the human, not the ancient demon king. If it were not for the fact that there were too many humans and demons, the ones who would lose in the ancient times would not be the demons, but the humans. What is this? Hundreds of miles away, Yi Chun could clearly see the 100-meter-tall demon claw and feel the horrifying chi coming from it. He suspected that if he did not have the master-level sword intent, his soul would be destroyed immediately. Murong Qingqing took a deep breath and said with a serious tone, "It is an ancient demon, a branch of the demons. I did not expect it to be sealed in the parallel space battlefield for hundreds of thousands of years." Ancient demon? Didn't they say that life and death realm warriors could only live for 1,000 years? No matter how long the demons could live, they should not be able to live for hundreds of thousands of years, right? Yi Chun was confused. Demons live 10 times longer than humans, so the demon kings can live for 10,000 years. But the ancient demon kings with low intelligence can live even longer than the ancient demon kings. Some can live for 30,000 years, and some can live for 50,000 years. Normally, after hundreds of thousands of years, any ancient demon king would die of old age. But the sealing power has weakened the effect of time. So, hundreds of thousands of years might only be tens of thousands of years for this ancient demon king. Murong Qingqing knew demons very well, so she explained everything to him. A look of shock appeared on Yi Chen's face, but after thinking about it, he realized that something was wrong, so he continued, "The power of sealing can weaken the power of time. Doesn't that mean that human kings can seal themselves and live for thousands of years?" Murong Qingqing shook her head. Besides weakening the power of time, the sealing power will also weaken the target's cultivation. If a human king is sealed for thousands of years, No, just a few hundred years. Their cultivation will definitely weaken until they die. Only a demon king can survive, because a demon king's demonic power is hundreds or even thousands of times more than a human king's. In ancient times, the final victory of the human race was due to their control of the sealing power. I see. It was Yi Chen's first time learning high-level information about demons. We are in trouble. There is an ancient demon king sealed here, and after hundreds of thousands of years, the seal should have been loosened a long time ago. The Beast King forced a laugh, then suddenly thought of something. Could it be that he threw out that extreme rank axe on purpose to attract the life and death realm warriors? The shockwaves from the battle between life and death realm warriors would weaken the power of the seal, which would allow him to get out more easily without using up a lot of demonic power. In his sight, one of the Demon King's arms had already reached out, which was thousands of meters long. The Black Thunder King said with a low voice. The loosening of the seal power allowed the Demon King's demonic power to tear open the space through the crack of the seal and throw out an extreme rank weapon. Then he created a space door and attracted a lot of people in. That black chi had swallowed a lot of people's blood and flesh essence, which replenished the Demon King's body and helped him regain some of his vitality. The Beast King said strangely, "Are the demons this smart?" Although the demons have low intelligence, it does not mean that they do not have it. This kind of attack is very normal. Unfortunately, we did not know that there was an ancient demon king sealed here. Let's cut the crap and start the battle. This demon king has been tortured by the seal power for hundreds of thousands of years, so its demonic power must have been damaged. We cannot let him out no matter what. Otherwise, once he swallows enough blood and flesh essence, his demonic power will recover completely. The Black Thunder King did not care about the axe anymore, as he suggested. Yeah, the demons are different from humans. They can recover by swallowing the blood and flesh essence of living beings. Shining King, now is not the time to be angry. You know the rules of the human race. The Beast King glanced at the Shining King. The Shining King said with a cold voice, "I do not need your reminder. I know what to do." Boom, boom, boom. The three of them were all life and death realm warriors, and their combined attacks had shattered the space around them, landing on the Demon King's arm. All of a sudden, that thousands of meters long arm started to shake. Pieces of flesh disappeared one after another, as if it had been bitten by a giant. Roar. The ground cracked open, and the roar of the ancient Demon King came out of the ground. One could see with naked eyes that the flesh on the broken arm started to move and recover quickly. In the next second, the wounded area was as good as new. However, the chi of the ancient Demon King had weakened a bit, which meant that his yuan chi had been damaged. 5 Thunderprint. Explode. The Black Thunder King's attack was the most powerful. His 2 hands shot out 10 dark blue light prints, exploding on the shoulder of the ancient Demon King, bringing up a lot of dust. The Shining King did not want to be outdone either, as he continued to attack the ancient Demon King's arm with his shining light. A sizzling sound could be heard without an end. The Beast King's attacks were extremely powerful as he continued to attack the ancient Demon King's arm. Even the bones there had been broken. Dong! All of a sudden, the head of the ancient Demon King popped out of the ground. The skull, that was covered in bone pieces, locked onto the Black Thunder King, who was the most powerful of them all. It then shot out a beam of black light wave, which was way too fast and too sudden. Even the Black Thunder King did not manage to dodge it in time, and was scratched by it. Half of his body was covered in blood, and his bones were all over the place. The Black Thunder King gasped as he cursed with a low voice, "Damn it! This one attack has cost me at least half a year of cultivation." Once one reached the life and death realm, Their Zhenyuan and flesh would merge into one. Therefore, it would take a lot of Zhenyuan to recover. The more serious the injury, the more Zhenyuan it would take. And the life and death realm warriors' Zhenyuan cultivation was way too horrifying, so it would take a long time to recover. Half a year of cultivation would take the Black Thunder King a week to recover. Of course, if he had some rare treasures, it would be different. While they were talking, the wound on the Black Thunder King's body started to heal quickly. There was not a single flaw on his body, as if he had never been wounded before. What a horrifying healing power! Whether it was the ancient Demon King or the Black Thunder King, their healing power was unbelievably powerful. If it were Yi Chun with this kind of injury, he would have been on the verge of death already, unless he could train his undying body to the first level. In that case, perhaps he would feel better. Demon, eat my hammer. The Beast King's hammer weapon was a semi-extreme rank 1. The hammer light spun around before landing on the ancient Demon King's head. Chin. Sparks flew everywhere as the ancient Demon King broke off one of his horns. The burning sparks had even burned through the ground. The lower part of the ancient Demon King's body could be seen clearly, as well as the 6-star sealing spell that had wrapped around his body. A gap had appeared on the spell, and the ancient Demon King had indeed climbed out from it. Chapter 481. The ancient Demon King felt the pain, so his other arm reached out of the ground and slapped the Beast King thousands of miles away. That black light had sliced through the Beast King's protective Zhenyuan layer and left a serious wound on his left rib and chest, shattering all of his bones. Shining King, what are you waiting for? Otherwise, I will lose my 3 years of cultivation. The Beast King showed his teeth, using his Zhenyuan to heal his wounds as he yelled at the Shining King. Shining Blade. The Shining King's whole body was wrapped up by the dark red light, which shrunk and turned into the shape of a blade, piercing through the ancient Demon King's neck. Swoosh! Demon blood spilled everywhere as the ancient Demon King held onto his neck and groaned. 5 Thunderprint. Seal. No one knew when, but the Black Thunder King had already arrived above the ancient Demon King. He opened his 5 fingers and pressed down in the air. All of a sudden, 5 dark blue light prints appeared around the ancient Demon King's head. The rolling thunder tornado continued to eat away at his demon power and physical body, leaving him no time to fight back. After being in so much pain for so long, the ancient Demon King had completely lost his mind. Both of his hands pressed on the ground as his mountain-like muscles swelled up. His body suddenly jumped out of the ground and escaped from the seal. Boom! As soon as the ancient Demon King got out of the seal, the dark funnel turned into a shuttle and merged with his body, increasing his demon power drastically and increasing his battling power to another level. With a loud noise, the thunder tornado was torn apart and the Black Thunder King backed out. The ancient Demon King turned his head and suddenly reached out his palm, trying to grab the Shining King, who was flying at an extremely fast speed. The Shining King was shocked, so he quickly jumped into the surreal space. However, the ancient Demon King's palm was like a Buddha's 5-finger mountain. It followed him into the surreal space and grabbed onto the Shining King. No, the Shining King was extremely frightened. He had not trained to the level of flesh and blood regeneration yet, so he would not be afraid of king warriors at the same level or even one level higher than him. However, this ancient Demon King was from the ancient era, where king warriors were everywhere. Their battling power was unbelievably powerful. Plus, the ancient Demon King was already dozens of times more powerful than human king warriors. Even if his cultivation had been damaged to the point where it was not even 1/10 of his peak, it would still be able to threaten his life. The eyes of the Black Thunder King flickered. In fact, He did not care about the life and death of the Shining King at all, since it was none of his business. However, the human race had their own rules. When encountering the demons, they had to work together. Whoever did not do their best would be punished, not to mention the Black Thunder King. Even the Supreme Sioux King would not dare to violate it. Whoever violated it would be going against the entire human race, and their death would not be worth it. Plus, the ancient Demon King's power had been greatly damaged. Once he devoured the Shining King's flesh and blood essence, his power would become even more horrifying. Looking at the extreme, rank axe not far away, the Black Thunder King made a grabbing motion, and the axe flew into his hand. Break it! The soul mark in the axe had already disappeared with the passage of time, so the Black Thunder King did not have to spend much effort to leave his own mark on it. Holding the axe in his hand, the Black Thunder King yelled and threw out an axe attack onto the demonic arm that was grabbing the Shining King. Crack! The 1,000-meter-long arm of the Shining King was cut off immediately. Demon blood poured out like a flood, pouring down and shattering mountains one after another. Awoo! The damage the axe had dealt to the Demon King was too great. Regrowing a broken limb was indeed the realm of immortality, but regrowing a broken limb consumed a lot of demonic power. No one wanted to regrow a broken limb every day. If that happened, it wouldn't be long before their cultivation would be exhausted, and they would become extremely weak. Having escaped from death, the Shining King was still scared. But seeing the extreme rank axe in the Black Thunder King's hand, his face did not look good again. His power was not as powerful as the Black Thunder King before, and now that the latter had that axe, he would not be able to compete with him at all. Therefore, he could only suffer in silence. Die! 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 After being sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, the ancient Demon King's mind was very unstable. He kept mumbling the word die as his remaining arm formed a fist and threw out a punch toward the Black Thunder King. The Black Thunder King held the axe with both of his hands, trying his best to defend. The next second, an earth-shaking sound was heard as a huge hole appeared in the space between the two. The Black Thunder King dragged his axe and was blown thousands of miles away. Shining King, you also have a semi-extreme rank weapon. Don't hide it anymore. Take it out for the ancient Demon King. The Beast King did not dare to move alone, so he said to the Shining King. The Shining King had a dark look on his face as a 7-meter-long iron feather wing appeared on his back. The chi coming from it was different from normal semi-extreme rank weapons, but it was actually a part of an extreme rank weapon. It could increase his speed to another level. Before, he thought that he was fast enough, so he did not take it out. But now, he did not think so anymore. Shoo! With the help of the iron feather wing, the Shining King's body started to move, as if he did not exist in this world at all, which drove the ancient Demon King crazy. Beast King, let's go! The Black Thunder King and the Beast King stood side by side. All right. Seeing the Black Thunder King holding the extreme rank axe, the Beast King did not feel unhappy at all. He had at least gotten 2 Earth Yuan crystals, while the Shining King had gotten nothing. All of a sudden, the two attacked toward the ancient Demon King from the left and right. Legendary cut. The Beast King's hammer attack was extremely powerful, as if there were dozens of mountains compressed inside the small hammer. That one attack was enough to make the ancient Demon King dizzy and bleed out. 5 thundercut. 5 light prints accumulated on the edge of the axe as the Black Thunder King roared. He threw out a blow and broke open the ancient Demon King's neck. The aggressive thunder even drilled into the ancient Demon King's body, continuing to destroy its body and demon power. Its killing power was unimaginably powerful. Dong! The ground started to shake, and mud waves shot up into the sky. The ancient Demon King did not want to waste its demon power to heal its wound and its missing right arm. With its huge size, it stomped on the ground and broke through the siege, rushing toward the unknown entrance. It was not stupid, and it knew that it would die even worse if it went deeper into the surreal space. Only in the human world would there be enough creatures for it to devour. Don't let it get away. The extreme rank axe in the Black Thunder King's hand enlarged and landed heavily on the ancient Demon King's right foot. The ancient Demon King did not have time to react, and its body fell onto the ground, creating a huge demon-shaped pit that was hundreds of meters deep. This is the battle between king warriors. It is indeed hard to kill. Watching all of this, Yichen could not help but sigh. Below the life and death realm, no one dared to get wounded too badly. If the wound was too serious, it would mean a drop in their battling power and life force. With just a little bit of carelessness, they would die and cease to exist. However, the battle between king warriors was a long-lasting battle. When the power gap was not that big, it would be extremely hard to kill the other in a short period of time. After all, with the immortal body, one would be able to maintain their peak condition at all times and would only lose a little bit of cultivation. Of course, losing too much cultivation would be a bad thing. Therefore, the ancient Demon King had to run. Die. The Beast King was not afraid of the ancient Demon King anymore. It seemed like the hundreds of thousands of years of being sealed had not only taken out most of the ancient Demon King's demon power, but it had also lowered his defense to the lowest point. It should be known that the physical defense of the ancient Demon King was just as horrifying, way more powerful than humans. Boom! The ancient Demon King's head was smashed deep into the ground, demon blood spilling everywhere. The Shining King seized the opportunity and sliced through the remaining left arm of the ancient Demon King, cutting off the entire massive arm. Decapitation. The Black Thunder King was even more ruthless. He lifted up his axe and chopped down with all his strength. With a loud boom, the ground shook and a mountain-like head was chopped off, flying away. His body spun as the axe in his hand tore apart the sky, leaving a black light arc, completely shattering the head of the Black Thunder King. Dead. Morong Qingcheng said lightly. Yichen said, "Will there be any unforeseen events?" Morong Qingcheng shook her head. Impossible. The demon beasts have low intelligence. Once they reach the life and death realm, they will only be able to master the first level of the undying body and the second level of the flesh growth art. Otherwise, when they are at their peak, they would definitely be everyone's nightmare. Yichen thought about it and agreed with her. The ancient Demon King already had a huge advantage. If they mastered the flesh growth and blood growth, then the ancient humans would not be able to win. Crack! At this moment, the ancient Demon King's chest suddenly split open, revealing a pitch-black hole with nothing inside. However, in the next moment, a large amount of mana gathered from the other parts of the ancient Demon King's body. The mana gathered together, forming a black ball of mana light. Within the ball of light, there was a constantly flowing black light. This black light was 100 times more condensed than the most resplendent black diamond. It could practically blind people's eyes. Shoo! The black light shot out of the chest, covering thousands of miles in only a second before disappearing into Morong Qingcheng's chest. Demon power essence. The three king warriors yelled out loud. The devil race had a special characteristic. After dying in battle, the devil power essence in their body would enter the body of another devil race. This devil power essence couldn't be used in a short period of time, but after a long time, it would gradually become that devil race's own devil power, increasing its cultivation. The three had never fought against demons before, so they had forgotten about it. The Beast King looked at Morong Qingcheng with a murderous look and sneered, "Demons cannot exist." Then, She must be a demi-demon with the blood of the demons. Little girl, you have bad luck, since I am an anti-demi-demon. An ant-like being? Just kill her. The Shining King was not happy about the fact that the Black Thunder King had taken the extreme rank axe. He did not dare to go against him, so he decided to take it out on Murong Qingchen. She was a demi-demon, and he believed that no one would do anything to him. After all, he was not going to wipe out the entire demi-demon family. Waving his hand casually, a dark red light shot out from the Shining King's hand, covering Murong Qingchen's body within a second. Yi Chen did not even have the time to blink his eyes, not to mention helping out. Plus, since it was a king warrior attacking, he would not be able to stop it. Seeing that the light was about to devour Murong Qingchen, a mysterious door suddenly appeared behind Murong Qingchen. A beautiful figure walked out of it, reaching out a long jade-like palm to block out the attack of the dark red light. Chapter 482. Pop! As the dark red light disappeared, the figure's face appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a beautiful young lady who did not look older than 25 years old. Her hair was like a waterfall, reaching all the way to her feet. Her eyes were like stars in the sky, giving off a mysterious vibe. Besides that, there was nothing else that could be seen, and it seemed like it would be hard for anyone to remember her. Xianhou. In fact, this was the first time Yi Chen had seen Xianhou. As for that portrait of Xianhou, the face was blurry, as if it was covered in layers of fog. But with only one glance, Yi Chen knew that it was Xianhou in front of him. More accurately, it was Xuanhou's mental image. The Shining King was shocked. He had not expected that the power behind Murong Qingchen would be Xianhou. Who Xianhou was? Perhaps everyone in this land knew about her. She had only reached the life and death realm for 20 years, but she already had the power to compete with top king warriors like the Dragon King and the Evil King. If she wanted to protect the demi-demon family, including Su King, all of the king warriors would have to think twice. After all, Xianhou still had a lot of potential, and no one could guess how far she could go in the end. Xianhou, the Shining King, and the other two held their fists together, looking a bit respectful. Xianhou looked at the dead body of the Demon King on the ground and nodded slightly. You guys have done well. The birth of the Demon King has brought a lot of lives. I did not expect that after hundreds of thousands of years, the sealing power still has not worn out this Demon King's demon power. Demons are indeed a race that is above the human race. This is what we should do. The Black Thunder King did not have the aggressiveness he had before. In front of Xianhou, it was not that aggressive at all. Give me some face. Don't make it hard for her. Xianhou was talking about Murong Qingchen. The Black Thunder King said without hesitation, "Since Xianhou has said so, then we will do it. He's just a junior. It doesn't matter if I kill him or not." The Beast King shrugged. The Shining King nodded quietly. Killing Murong Qingchen was something that could be done easily for him. If it was not something that could be done easily and it was not necessary, then he would not bother to do it. Before, it was mostly because of his anger. If there's nothing else, Xianhou, I'll take my leave first. Since the Demon King was dead and the extreme rank axe was in his hands, the Black Thunder King did not care about anything else in the parallel space battlefield. He cupped his fists and said, "Crack!" The space was shattered, and the Black Thunder King disappeared. We will also take our leave. The Shining King and the Beast King left one after the other. Waiting until the three of them disappeared from her sight, Xianhou turned around and looked at Murong Qingchen. You are a demi-devil, and you have the perfect demi-devil bloodline. Your future is bound to be full of disasters. The mysterious pearl I gave you has the effect of locating you 3 times. With the mysterious pearl, I can use its aura to cross the space and cast my will image. After 3 times, the one who will block the disaster, for you will no longer be me. Thank you, Xianhou, for saving me. Qingqing will remember it. Morong Qingqing frowned. She believed that Xianhou was telling the truth, but she did not know what kind of disaster Xianhou was talking about. Xianhou chuckled. Back then, when I was able to reach the life and death realm, I had received too many favors. Therefore, I want to pay them back one by one. Your demi-devil family. I will try my best to protect you as well. But your family still has the bloodline of the demons, so there are too many hidden dangers. I have no way of knowing what will happen in the future, so I can only take it one step at a time. No matter what, I will remember Xuanhou's favor. Morong Qingcheng knew a little about the hidden dangers of the demi-devil family, and she also knew that those people did not mean to hurt the demi-devil family. Moving her eyes to Yi Chun, Xianhou said curiously, I cannot see through you. Yi Chun shivered, not knowing what Xianhou wanted to say. The last time the hidden dragon ancient city opened, the Dragon King and I were both there. The others could more or less see some signs and potential, but only you, the Dragon King, and I could not see through. I think the Dragon King did not take you as his disciple because of this reason. Yi Chun said respectfully, Xianhou is too kind. No, I just cannot see through you. Your past is a piece of fog, and your future is also a piece of fog. Qingqing is with you, and her body is also stained with this kind of aura. Perhaps you can help her resist some of the dangers and use your sword to cut off her karma. Yi Chun said, Morong is my friend. When a friend is in trouble, I will naturally do my best to help her. Xianhou continued, You are one of the main characters of this era, and the people around you are not ordinary people. However, you have to be careful of the other main characters. In every era, there will only be one main character, and the others, in the end, will only be supporting characters. Between the main characters and the supporting characters, there will definitely be battles after battles, and in the process of battles, there will inevitably be deaths and injuries. This is something that no one can stop. My sword will not fear anything. Yi Chen's expression was indifferent. He didn't care about the main characters or supporting characters. What he cared about was the brilliance of life. Since the heavens wanted him to come to this world, he would use his own sword and fight until the end, until eternity. The process was what he enjoyed. That's why I can't see through you. Xianhou shook her head. Her Tao could reach the soul directly, not to mention a small astral reaching realm warrior. Even if it was a king warrior who had just reached the life and death realm, she would still be able to see through it. However, when it came to Yi Chun, there seemed to be a mysterious power that blocked her observation. She wanted to go around this mysterious power, but she realized that this mysterious power was boundless, and she had almost fallen into it. All right, this is done. We will meet again in the future. Also, this parallel space battlefield is about to collapse. You guys walk in that direction, and you will find the entrance that you came from. Xianhou pointed out a clear path for the two, then stepped into the illusionary door. The door closed and disappeared into the surreal space. As soon as Xianhou left, Yi Chun let out a breath that he had been holding back. Xianhou did not have any hostility towards him, and she had even tried to hide her aura. But even though they were so close, Yi Chun still felt a kind of pressure. In front of this pressure, he could not even use his soul power, and the opponent was only a mental projection. Morong Qingcheng was not feeling good either. Anyone who got close to a king warrior would feel the pressure. Even their children would not be able to stay calm in front of a king warrior. This was not affected by anyone, as if it was the rule of the heavens. Even the king warriors could not do anything about it. Deep in the surreal space, 3 human figures were traveling. She is indeed Xianhou. It was only a mental projection, but she was able to take on an attack from the Shining King and bring us a bit of pressure. The Beast King said with admiration. The Shining King said, "I did not use all of my power. I know that you did not use all of your power. But if you did, then it would be Xuanho's mental projection that would arrive. Are you sure you can handle Xuanho's mental projection?" The Beast King said with a playful expression. The Shining King was speechless. Killing Murong Qingcheng was something that he could do easily, but seeing how Xuanho's mental projection had been shattered so easily, it was not hard to imagine how powerful she was. Moreover, the mental projection was even more horrifying, as it was equivalent to 30% of Xuanho's battling power. Plus, he suspected that Murong Qingcheng had the mysterious pearl that only Xianhou had. With the enhancement of the pearl, the mental projection would not lose any battling power just because of the distance. The Black Thunder King said lightly, "It is not impossible for us to reach Xuanho's realm. The universe is so mysterious, and it is not something that one person can understand. As long as we have the chance, we can also become the top king warriors. Whether it is the sky or the land, the opportunities are everywhere." The Black Thunder King had always been prideful because he was also an amazing martial genius in his generation. Otherwise, he would not have been able to surpass the Shining King, who was twice his age, and reach his current realm when he was only 100 years old. Crack! Crack! The sound of something breaking was heard, catching the three's attention. Not good. The breaking of the seal and the commotion caused by the battle are too huge. This parallel space that has existed for hundreds of thousands of years could not handle it anymore. It is about to collapse. The three did not have any other thoughts as they broke through the surreal space and entered the parallel space. All three of them had disciples in there, and some of them were even the future of their martial institutions. They could not just watch these people die in front of them. There was a space door in the sky, and behind it was a light membrane. It was the entrance and also the exit. Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng went through the light membrane and arrived at the tunnel. There were already slight cracks on the transparent tunnel, which meant that the parallel space was indeed about to collapse. The space storm created by the collapse of a parallel space would tear apart anyone below the life and death realm. Even normal life and death realm warriors would be badly wounded or even killed. When they walked out of the tunnel, a part of the space door behind them had been broken. Skull-sized space pieces flew everywhere, and one of them shot toward Yi Chun. Break! It was not that Yi Chun had not seen the space power before, but this space piece was made of space power, so it was not much different from the real space power. Using his void-shattering finger art, the space piece exploded and disappeared. Landing on top of a mountain, the two lifted their heads and looked at the collapsing space door. Shoo! 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 One figure after another flew out, unable to keep up with the situation. Soon, Jingyao Xuan, Li Xiaoyun, and Chu Zhongtian came out as well. Yi Chun could tell that the aura of the three had become more powerful. It seemed like they had gotten a lot of spirit stones, just like him. More and more people flew out, covering the whole mountain. It was not until the Black Thunder King, the Shining King, and the Beast King came out that the space door suddenly exploded, turning into a space turbulence instead of a space piece. Some of the people who did not manage to get out in time were killed instantly, not even having the chance to scream. Let's seal up the gap together. The three looked serious. The space storm was not something to joke about. Once it rushed out through the gap, besides them, no one else would be able to survive. Moreover, their cultivation would be severely damaged as well, and it would take years or even decades for them to recover. Without using their profound sense martial arts, the three of them pushed their Zhenyuan with all of their power, forming a Zhenyuan shield to block up the space door. Pap, pap, pap. The space turbulence kept attacking the Zhen Yuan shield, bringing up sparks of light. Gradually, the space turbulence became weaker and weaker, and the space crack disappeared as well. It was like a broken mirror being repaired without a single crack. Chapter 483. Let's go. In the parallel space battlefield, Yi Chen had gained a lot. His spirit body had also been condensed by half. Although his power had not increased directly, it had increased a lot. Sometimes, a powerful defense could turn the tide of a battle. However, he felt that the spirit power inside his body had not been fully consolidated yet, so he had to close up for a while. Yeah, Murong Qingcheng also needed to train, but she had gained a lot more than Yi Chen. The Thunder City was huge, and there were people selling houses every day. Of course, there were also people buying houses as well. Yi Chen and Murong Qingcheng were one of them, since the restaurants were too noisy and small. It was not a good place to train in. So, buying a house was not too much of a burden for them. Since the luxurious houses in the Thunder City were hard to come by, the two had to split up and buy a slightly smaller house each. Inside the secret room of the house, Yi Chen sat on a clean stone platform with his legs crossed. Outside the true spirit continent is an endless ocean, the zenith sky is a starry sky, and outside the zenith sky is an unknown dark universe. The whole world is way too big, and I am still very weak. I can't even control my own destiny. However, I have to take things one bite at a time, and I have to build my foundation bit by bit. If I don't have a good foundation, it will affect my future achievements. I hope that this plan will work. Once it succeeds, I will reach the life and death realm, and I will be able to stand at the top of the world and walk alone with my sword. His qi and blood were boiling, and Yi Chen's determination was unshakable. Letting out a heavy breath, Yi Chen entered the empty realm and slowly closed his eyes. 3 days later, Yi Chen woke up. Half spirit body is indeed half spirit body. Although my power did not increase that much, my physical defense has more than doubled. With my Zhen Yuan activated, people below the Sea of Souls realm would have a hard time injuring me. But this does not include Jingao Xuan and the rest, since they are at the astral reaching realm, and their battling power has already reached the Sea of Souls realm. Standing up, Yi Chen lifted up his hand to look at it. The skin on his forearm and palm was like jade and steel with a faint red luster. Looking closely, one could see that the patterns on the skin had changed a little, as if it contained some kind of mystery. Boom! He threw out a punch, leaving a fist mark in the air. As the fist mark faded away, Yi Chen mumbled to himself, "My power has increased a little, but that explosive power is not the same as before. Is it because my nature has improved? Never mind, the spirit body has started, and it will slowly improve in the future. Next, it will be time to train the undying body." Ever since he obtained the cultivation method of the undying body, he had never stopped cultivating unless he had something to do. Unfortunately, the progress was extremely slow. Up until now, he had only managed to brand his heart and liver with a mental imprint, and had not made any progress in the other parts. Spirit mark could not be left on the whole body. It would not last for long, and would disappear in a short time. Yi Chen had a thought. Of course, the time was still short, and he didn't expect to succeed in one go. After all, with his current realm, it was still too early for him to cultivate the undying body. Humans have 5 viscera and 6 bowels. I have succeeded in the heart and liver. Time to move on to the next part. As the days passed, Yi Chen /S achievement in the undying body was getting higher and higher. On the 3rd day of a month, Yi Chen /S5 viscera were all branded with the mental mark, and it could last for more than a quarter of an hour. In other words, within a quarter of an hour, Yi Chen /S5 viscera would recover instantly if they were injured, unless the injury was too severe and exceeded the healing ability of the flesh healing. Dom, dom, dom. Knocking sounds came from outside the yard. Yichen woke up from his cultivation and said, "Only Jing, Aoshuan, Li Xiaoyun, and the others know where I live. Is there something wrong?" Pushing open the door, Yichen came to the yard. With a wave of his hand, the bolt on the door opened automatically. Li Xiaoyun walked in with a smile. The moment he saw Yichen, he was slightly startled. After not seeing him for more than a month, Yichen seemed to have changed slightly. He did not know what this change meant, but it was inconceivable. When he came out from the parallel battlefield, Yichen had already improved once. That time, it was his Zhan Yuan that had become purer, and his cultivation method had probably increased by 1 level. Now, he had improved again. Smiling bitterly, Li Xiaoyun said, "Brother Yi, did I disturb you?" Yichen said, "I have been in seclusion for more than a month, and I want to relax a bit. I wonder why Brother Li is looking for me. It's like this. In the afternoon, there will be a large-scale auction in Thunder City. I saw that you have never gone out, so you T know about it." Hearing him, Yichen nodded. "I indeed T know. Thank you for reminding me. In order to learn the gold mentality, it would be best to train a gold element top rank Earth Realm sword art first." Thunder City was known as the #1 city in the Thunder region, and one of the top 10 cities in the true Spirit continent. There would definitely be top rank Earth Realm manuals in the auction. As for whether or not there would be a gold element top rank Earth Realm sword art manual, that would depend on luck. After talking about the business, Li Xiaoyun said, emotionally, "I was afraid that you would not be able to stabilize the situation in the tea gathering after 2 years. But now, it seems like it was unnecessary. You have improved twice in a month. I am afraid that in the next tea gathering, I will not be your opponent at all. After training the undying body, there would be an undying qi surrounding one's body. Although this qi had disappeared along with the mental imprint, Li Xiaoyun could still sense it. No wonder he thought that he had made some progress. Yichen thought that Yichen had made some progress. After chatting for a while, Li Xiaoyun said his goodbyes and left. The sun was high up in the sky, and it was noon. It was supposed to be tea time, but because of the auction, the Thunder City suddenly became crowded. Countless people rushed toward the auction house in the East District. Inside the luxurious VIP room, Yichen, Jing Aoshuan, and Li Xiaonan were all there. Chu Zhongtian was not there, and Murong Qingcheng was still in closed-door training. The Thunder City is indeed one of the top 10 cities in the true Spirit continent. Sea of Souls realm warriors are everywhere. Even for Li Xiaoyun, it was his first time seeing so many Sea of Souls realm warriors. Jing Aoshuan said, "The Thunder City is indeed one of the top 10 cities, but the reason it could attract so many people is because the auction items are rare enough. Top-rank weapons, the remains of life and death realm warriors, jade letters with profound sense martial arts. They have all been auctioned more than once." Jade letters with profound sense martial arts? Yichen was a bit surprised. Jing Aoshuan nodded. Some people find profound sense martial arts that are not suitable for them, so they would usually seal it back into the jade letters and sell it in the auction. I see that Brother Yi does not have a profound sense sword art yet. Perhaps you can get it in the auction. Yichen forced a smile. With my spirit stone storage, even if there is a profound sense sword art, I am afraid I will not be able to get it. Profound sense martial arts were sky realm martial arts, so mid-rank spirit stones would not be enough to buy them. Only top-rank spirit stones would do. However, Yichen had quite a lot of mid-rank spirit stones, but he only had 50,000 top-rank spirit stones, and that was because he had killed a lot of Sea of Souls realm warriors. Jing Aoshuan said, "Brother, ye should have a lot of mid-rank spirit stones, right?" "Yes, I have a lot of mid-rank spirit stones." In the past month, Yi Chun had counted the mid-rank spirit stones in his storage ring. There were more than 7 million of them, and most of them were from killing Sea of Souls realm warriors. Then, you do not need to worry. The auction in the Thunder City allows you to exchange mid-rank spirit stones for top-rank spirit stones. The exchange rate is 1-to-1. Yichen said curiously, mid-rank spirit stones can be exchanged for top-rank spirit stones. Indeed, although the purity of the spirit stones Yuan Qi is not as pure as top-rank spirit stones, for all the big martial institutions, mid-rank spirit stones are still indispensable. No one needs top-rank spirit stones right from the start, especially the rank 5 martial institutions, where there are countless disciples below the Sea of Souls realm. Having more mid-rank spirit stones would not be a bad thing. Plus, the total amount of Yuan Qi in top-rank spirit stones is 30 times that of mid-rank spirit stones. Even if it is a bit purer, it would be equivalent to 50 to 60 mid-rank spirit stones at most. So, 100 mid-rank spirit stones for one top-rank spirit stone would not be a bad thing for either side. If that is the case, then perhaps I would have the right to compete. Sword artists were always rare, and Sea of Souls realm sword artists were even rarer. Moreover, Sea of Souls realm sword artists who were richer than Yi Chun were probably not that many left. As they were talking, the auction officially began. The auctioneer was not a normal person, but a Sea of Souls realm warrior. This was the first time Yi Chun had seen a Sea of Souls realm warrior acting as an auctioneer, and his evaluation of the Thunder City's auction had improved a lot. After a couple of rounds of auctions, the auction reached a small climax. The auction item was a full set of mid-rank defensive artifacts, including armor, helmet, arm guards, leg guards, and boots. It was almost enough to cover the entire body, which was rather unusual and rare. When there are a lot of mid-rank defensive artifacts, most of their defensive power will cancel each other out. But a full set of them would have about 80% of a normal top-rank defensive artifact, and a full set of mid-rank defensive artifacts would be even rarer than top-rank ones. It would be hard to come by. Yichen could not help but sigh. A full set of mid-rank defensive artifacts was a couple of times more valuable than a single mid-rank defensive artifact. The starting price was a shocking 200,000 mid-rank spirit stones, which was eventually bought by a Sea of Souls realm warrior for 35 mid-rank spirit stones. Yichen shook his head. There was still no top-rank Earth realm sword art manuals up for auction. It seemed like it was going to be over soon. He wondered if there would be a low-rank, profound sense sword art later on. The 56th auction item is a jade strip containing a profound sense martial art. The auctioneer with a bit of white hair scanned the crowd with a smile and said slowly, "What? Another profound sense martial art." Before this, there had already been 2 jade strips containing profound sense martial arts. I wonder what kind it is. Everyone started to discuss as they listened to the auctioneer's next words. Seeing that he had whetted everyone's appetite, the auctioneer said, "The profound sense martial art in this jade strip is a low-rank one. It is a sword art with the metal element. But I would like to remind you that although it is only a low-rank profound sense sword art, it is way too sharp. Warriors with low soul power should be careful lest they get injured mentally and leave a hidden danger behind." Sharp? No wonder. Sword arts have always been known for their sharpness, and it also contains the metal profound. With the two added together, its sharpness is not hard to imagine. Chapter 484. Cough. The auctioneer cleared his throat, calming the crowd down before yelling, "This profound sword attack is called the Gold Resonant Radiance Sword Attack. The starting price is 25,000 top-rank spirit stones, and each increment must be no less than 1,000 top-rank spirit stones. The bidding begins now. 26,000, 27,000, 30,000, 35,000. In almost a blink of an eye, the price had shot up from 25,000 to 35,000. It should be known that these were upper-grade spirit stones, not mid-grade ones. Upper-grade spirit stones were extremely rare. Among the Sea of Soul Realm warriors he had killed, the most he had was only 10,000, and the least was only a few thousand. A lot of Sea of Soul Realm warriors did not even have enough upper-grade spirit stones for their own cultivation. Therefore, they could only explore and search for treasures, then sell them in auctions to earn a huge amount of upper-grade spirit stones. Yichen did not bid in the end like before. Instead, he raised up his hand and said, 40,000. The auctioneer glanced at Yi Chen's VIP room and said with a smile, 40,000 top-rank soul stones. Is there anyone else who wants to bid higher? 42,000. In another VIP room, a sword artist in gray robes raised up his hand to increase the price. All right, 42,000. Is there anyone else? 45,000. 46,000. Yi Chen's expression did not change at all. 50,000. As Yi Chen's voice was heard, most of the sword artists gave up on bidding. 50,000 top-rank spirit stones was not a small number. In fact, if one did not kill other Sea of Souls realm warriors, it would be impossible to gather 50,000 top-rank spirit stones. Killing a Sea of Souls realm warrior was not a game. If one was not careful, one might be killed instead, unless one was powerful enough and had an overwhelming advantage. Even so, it would still be hard to guarantee that the other person was not hiding their power or hiding their killing ace. Therefore, without 100% confidence, no one would try to kill someone and rob them. 52,000. The sword artist in gray robes was not scared by the price. 55,000. Yi Chen was not in urgent need of top-rank spirit stones right now, so he would not care even if he spent them all. The sword artist frowned. 58,000. 60,000. 60,000. The sword artist squinted his eyes, his expression dark, as he stopped talking. 70,000. Just when everyone thought that Yi Chen had won, the price rose by another 10,000. The one who made the bid was not the gray-robed swordsman, but an old and sharp voice. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. 80,000. 85,000. Yi Chen was about to continue raising the price when a voice rang out. Little guy, let's call it a day. Give me some face. It would be impossible for Yi Chen to give up on his gold resonant radiance sword attack, since the gold mentality was extremely important to him. The sooner he could train it to its limit, the sooner he would be able to carry out his training plan. Therefore, after hearing the voice, he said lightly, 90,000. Humph! This price had obviously exceeded the bottom line of the bidder. He could only snort coldly and give up bidding. 90,000 upper-grade spirit stones going once, 90,000 upper-grade spirit stones going twice, 90,000 upper-grade spirit stones going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to the friend in VIP room 48. The auctioneer hammered his hammer 3 times, carrying a satisfied smile on his face. Soon, a staff member of the auction house brought over the jade letter for the gold resonant radiance sword attack. Yi Chen paid him 5 million mid-grade spirit stones and 40,000 upper-grade spirit stones before taking the jade letter. Following that, the atmosphere in the auction house became more and more intense. Every single item was extremely rare, and there was no way to buy it. It was not until the sun had set that the auction finally reached its climax. Inside the secret room, the light was still on. Yi Chen let out a breath slowly as he held the jade letter in his palm and poured his Shun Yuan into it. Wu! A picture appeared in his mind. On a boundless plain, a sword artist with an indistinct face took out his longsword. The longsword shone with a bright, gold light, which kept on vibrating. Within a blink of an eye, it seemed to have vibrated for thousands of times. Even the space seemed to have resonated with it, creating ripples like water. The sword artist waved the long sword in his hand, and a bottomless ravine appeared on the plain without a sound. All of the mud seemed to have evaporated, disappearing into thin air. High frequency and sharpness. This is like a super electric saw. Yichen could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. A normal person could cut through steel with an electric saw, but this gold resonant radiant sword attack was powered by the gold profound, which was way more powerful than an electric saw. Turning his body, the sword artist locked onto Yi Chun and threw out another sword attack. That endless gold light filled up Yi Chen's sight. Yi Chen felt a sharp pain in his eyes, as if his vision had been cut open. Tears started to flow out of his eyes, but he did not feel anything mentally. Gold resonant radiant sword attack, low rank profound sword attack, focusing on high frequency. As the information was reorganized, the training manual for the gold resonant radiant sword appeared in Yi Chen's mind. Just as he had expected, this sword attack that contained the gold mentality was indeed powerful. Once the sword attack was thrown out, the Zhenyuan and sword qi would vibrate continuously, which could easily cut through the defense of the same level. Once I trained the gold resonant radiant sword attack to a certain level, even if I reached the Sea of Soul's realm, I would not have to worry about not having enough ace attacks anymore. In terms of sword attacks, Yi Chun had 3 ace attacks, which were the Sky Thunder Cut, the Reverse Sky Thunder Cut, and the Amaranth in Nature. Although the Sky Thunder Cut was only 20 to 30% of a profound martial art, Yi Chun had learned a lot from Jingao Xuan. Once he infused the 9th movement of the Sky Cloud sword art into the Sky Thunder Cut, it would become a real low-rank profound sword attack. Of course, if he did not learn the Thunder Profound, then the Sky Thunder Cut would not be perfected, since profound sword attacks needed the profound to be used. The Reverse Sky Thunder Cut was the twin brother of the Sky Thunder Cut. The two had completely different personalities. One attacked forward, while the other attacked backward. One had to admit that the latter was a bit more powerful and full of killing intent. With a reverse sword attack, not only could it reflect the attack, it could also catch the opponent off guard. The most horrifying thing was that the Reverse Sky Thunder Cut would become more powerful as the Sky Thunder Cut got stronger. It would always be on top of the Sky Thunder Cut, but it could not be without the Sky Thunder Cut. Without the Sky Thunder Cut, the Reverse Sky Thunder Cut would lose the chance to improve and would never be able to move forward. As for the Amaranth in Nature, it was even more powerful than the Sky Thunder Cut and the Reverse Sky Thunder Cut combined. The Green Lotus sword art was a top-rank Earth Realm sword art, and the power of the last movement had shocked even Yi Chun. It was equivalent to a 50% profound martial art, which was also why he had spent a long time to learn the 9th movement. Right now, the Amaranth in Nature was definitely Yi Chen's ultimate ace attack, and it could not be changed. Besides the 3 top sword movements, Yi Chen's body also had a Lotus Heart sword qi, which was extremely fast and had a powerful penetrative power. Judging on its power, it would not be any weaker than the Amaranth in Nature. Of course, it was not as mysterious as the Amaranth in Nature. The Lotus Heart sword qi would recover once every half an hour, and it would be able to change the whole situation in a close combat. If he could learn the gold resonant radiance sword art as well, he would not need to learn too much. As long as he could learn it to 50%, Yi Chen's overall power would still continue to increase. When facing the enemy, he would have more choices to choose from and more chances to kill his opponent. It would be very meaningful. Yi Chen's yard was not that big in the Thunder City, but there were a lot of scenic spots inside. There were fake mountains, green water, pavilions, gardens, and even a bamboo forest. The bamboo forest was filled with a gentle breeze, and it looked very green. On the small path in the bamboo forest, Yichen stood there quietly with both of his hands holding the destruction sword. In front of him was a long spear that had been stabbed into the ground. The long spear was shining brightly, giving off the vibration of a mid-rank great weapon. Woo! The blue light on the surface of the destruction sword vibrated as Yi Chun threw out a sword attack on the long spear. With a clanging sound, thousands of sparks shot out. If it were not for Yi Chun blocking it with his Zhen Yuan aura, the whole bamboo forest would have been destroyed. Not good. This sword attack has only vibrated 240 times within a second, which is barely 10%. It would not be able to make a dent on the spear. Yi Chun shook his head. After training for almost 3 days, his gold resonant radiance sword art had made some progress, but it was still far from the requirement. His short-term goal would be 30%, or even 40%. Yeah, the metal is vibrating. Inadvertently, Yi Chun realized that although the long spear had stopped vibrating, it was still vibrating at a high frequency. Since the vibration was so small, it was hard to notice it with the naked eye. Chin. Yi Chun threw out another sword attack. The long spear vibrated quickly, but the vibration was getting smaller and smaller. Eventually, it turned into a vibration, and the air was groaning. The mentality of gold, vibration, particles, combination. Yes, it should be like this, the mentality of letting nature take its course. Before, I was too focused on it, and the improvement was too small. I did not have much comprehension either. The hardest part of training a martial art was to find the right way. If the way was right, then the training would be much easier. But if the way was wrong, then it would be a waste of time and effort. Chin, chin, chin. Finding the right way, Yi Chen's mind was filled with more and more ideas. He continued to wave his destruction sword, attacking the long spear at a high frequency. 5 days, 10 days, half a month, 1 month. Yi Chen had spent a whole month training his gold resonant radiance sword art. His comprehension was like a flood that could not be stopped. Meanwhile, more and more cracks appeared on the long spear, and the broken parts were getting sharper and sharper. Although the metal is a solid, the tiny particles inside are actually moving as well. The vibration can make the metal even more sturdy and more aggressive. However, I have to control it well. Otherwise, the metal will break down, and the power of the gold resonant radiance sword art will not be able to be used. No matter if it is the metal or the gold mentality, it is the same principle. Yi Chen fell into a strange state. He seemed to be able to feel the life of the destruction sword in his hand, as well as its joy. In this kind of state, the training of the gold mentality came naturally. It was much easier than when he was training the thunder mentality or the wood mentality. Perhaps he should have trained the gold mentality earlier, since it was a perfect match for him. The destruction sword in his hand started to vibrate, and the Zhen Yuan that had been poured into it started to vibrate as well. The sword light that was being spat out was extremely horrifying, as if it could cut through space itself. Without opening his eyes, Yi Chen took a step forward and waved out a sword attack. Crack! The mid-rank long spear was cut in half. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, and the edge was sharp enough to cut through steel. However, Yi Chen did not even feel the slightest bit of hindrance when he waved out that sword attack. It was as if he had not cut through a mid-rank long spear, but a piece of wood. Chapter 485. It is indeed the gold resonant radiance sword art. I have only mastered 40% of it, but its power is already at the same level as the amaranthan nature sword art. One sword attack is enough to break a mid-rank great weapon. Yi Chen opened his eyes and sighed. The Amarantha nature sword art was very similar to the gold resonant radiance sword art in a certain way. For example, the power would be stacked layer by layer, making it more powerful. However, the difference was that the frequency of the Amaranthan nature sword art would be slower and longer, while the gold resonant radiance sword art would vibrate multiple times within a short period of time before exploding out instantly. There was no advantage or disadvantage between the two, but judging on the attributes, the gold resonant radiance sword art was powered by the gold profound after all. Qin, putting the destruction sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen picked up the broken mid-rank spear and threw it into his storage ring. Speaking of which, he had already destroyed quite a lot of mid-rank weapons, all of which were damaged by his training. It was not that these mid-rank weapons were useless, but that he had not poured his Zhen Yuan into them. If he had poured his Zhen Yuan into them, he might not have been able to leave a dent on them, not to mention breaking them with one sword strike. I have trained my gold resonant radiance sword art to 40%, and my undying body has also trained all my internal organs. It is time to leave. Unknowingly, Yi Chen had already stayed in the Thunder City for more than 2 months. All of the young warriors who had come for the martial tea gathering had already left in the first month, including the people from the South River region. Li Xiaoyan and Chu Zhongtian had left in the second month, while Murong Qingcheng had left a week ago as well. She wanted to go back to her family and go into a closed-door training to train all of the demon power essence in her body. On the contrary, he had stayed until now. Master Rain, he has left. In a restaurant that was closest to the West City Gate, 2 mysterious people were sitting by the window. The one who was talking was a middle-aged man in colorful robes, who was the 5 poison ghost warrior. Master Rain nodded. As long as I want to, all of the water Yuan Qi within hundreds of miles will be my eyes. He will not be able to escape from my tracking. That's good. The 5 poison ghost general trusted Elder Rain's abilities and knew that he would not lie. However, he revealed his extraordinary power in the martial tea gathering. I'm afraid that with just the 2 of us, we might not be able to keep him here. You also know that he is not an ordinary astral reaching expert. The 5 poison ghost warrior chuckled coldly. Of course I know that. I've already made full preparations. This time, he'll absolutely be unable to escape my grasp. Elder Rain raised his teacup and took a sip. 5 poison. I've already wasted a few months on you. It's time you tell me what secrets that kid has. 5 poison ghost warrior laughed. Elder Rain, I can't tell you now, but I can guarantee that I will give you all the benefits. No, you will get the same amount as me. After all, we will have many chances to work together in the future. This is our chance. All right, I hope you won't disappoint me. Elder Rain knew the 5 poison ghost general's personality very well. He knew that he would not do anything until he saw an opportunity. Since he was so obsessed with dealing with Yi Chen, then he must have his own reasons. All he needed to do was to be prepared to accept the benefits. As for whether there would be a trap or not, Elder Rain was not worried at all. After all, he was an elder of the 9 ghost cult. After drinking half of the tea, the 2 left. The sea of clouds was surging, gathering, and dispersing randomly. A huge flying puppet was flying through the air, its speed reaching 5 times the speed of sound. Because of its extreme speed, all of the clouds in its way were shattered, forming a straight path. On the back of the flying puppet sat a young man in blue robes. It was indeed Yi Chen, who had just left the Thunder City. Using the flying puppet, one does not need to rest at all. Their stamina and spirit are always at their peak. I have to say, this is indeed a great invention. The flying puppet's battling power was not bad. If it was filled with top-rank spirit stones, it could even compete with extreme astral-reaching realm warriors. There were also 2 top-rank puppet cannons hidden inside. The power of one cannon was enough to flatten a town. Of course, the consumption of one cannon was huge as well, about 50 pieces of top-rank spirit stones worth of yuan qi. Even so, the biggest use of the flying puppet was not for battle, but for traveling. A real top-rank battle puppet would be able to compete with normal Sea of Soul Realm warriors. As for the flying puppet, it was made purely for the enjoyment of traveling. Just think about it. With a flying puppet, one could sit on it and fly for months. If it were an astral-reaching realm warrior or a Sea of Soul realm warrior, who would be able to fly for months. Even if they did not die of exhaustion, they would die of suffocation. 200 li behind Yi Chen, the 5 poison ghost general and Elder Rain were following behind him. 5 poison ghost general had a bad look on his face. Bastard! Where did this brat get a flying puppet? It seems to be at least a top mid-rank flying puppet. Yi Chen had installed a mid-rank spirit stone inside the leopard-shaped flying puppet, which allowed its speed to reach 5 times the speed of sound. Therefore, 5 poison ghost general had misunderstood, thinking that it was a mid-rank flying puppet. The better the things he has, the better our harvest will be. This time, we cannot let him get away. Elder Rain's face was not looking good either. No matter who it was who flew for a whole week in the sky without rest, covering 500,000 li of distance, they would not be in a good mood. Sucking in a deep breath, 5 poison ghost general turned his head and said, "We have already left the Thunder region and appeared in the mountain region. I wonder when this brat will go down to rest." Elder Rain was just about to say something when he suddenly raised his eyebrows. He went down. Bluestone Town was one of the thousands of towns in the mountain region. Because it was close to the Hunter Mountain Range, there were quite a lot of warriors coming and going. Putting away the flying puppet, Yi Chen jumped down. "Guest, please come in. Master Wang, you have not been here for a long time. Please have a seat in the room upstairs. I will serve you right away." At the entrance of the restaurant in the middle of the town, a waiter had a towel on his shoulder as he greeted the customers passionately. This huge restaurant seemed to be very busy. Although the busy waiter was very tired, he was actually very happy. This Bluestone restaurant was not a normal restaurant, and its business was very good. As a waiter here, his salary would be a couple of times higher than the other restaurants. In just a couple of years, he would be able to accumulate a huge amount of wealth, which would be enough to buy his 5-year-old son a normal martial art manual, which would allow him to become a warrior in the future. Wiping his sweat, the waiter looked around and realized that another group of people were walking over. This group of people was very strange. They were all wearing bamboo hats in the middle of summer, and there was even a black gauze on the edge of the hat, which prevented people from seeing their faces. "Guests, the first floor is full, but there are still a couple of seats on the second floor." The waiter carefully served them. "You do not need to follow us. We will go up by ourselves." One of them said coldly, "Yes, yes, sir." Hearing that voice, the waiter could not help but shiver. What a terrifying voice. He felt like he was being stared at by the most ferocious beast. His hair stood straight up, and his body went numb. The group of people came to the second floor, glanced around the almost full hall, then walked towards the room on the side. "What are you doing? This room is ours. Get out." The middle-aged man who was called Master Wang by the waiter was very annoyed. He stared at the uninvited guests in front of him. A man in a bamboo hat walked out and slightly stomped his foot on the ground. This Master Wang was blown away while puking out blood and was stuck on the wall. "Piss off." The cold voice made everyone in the room tremble. Master Wang was one of the few clasping yuan realm martial artists in this town, but he was so weak. "Master, please calm down. We will leave now, right now." After helping Lord Wang to his feet, everyone in the private room left. "Let's sit down." The leading man waved his hand, and the chairs were arranged neatly. He then sat down in the main seat. Outside the restaurant, another customer arrived. "Young warrior, please come in. There are seats on the second floor." It was the first time for the waiter to see such an outstanding young man, so he was very friendly. Yichen gave the waiter a piece of silver and said, "Lead the way." "All right." The waiter walked in front of Yichen with his back bent, leading him to the second floor. After finding a clean table and sitting down, Yichen ordered, "Bring me a pot of your best wine and some side dishes." "All right, I will bring it right away." The waiter hurried downstairs. Taking a sip of the tea on the table, Yichen looked around and found that there were quite a lot of martial artists in the restaurant, but most of them were at the condensing reality realm. All the clasping yuan realm martial artists were in the rooms. The innermost room was blocked by soul power. Was it a sea of soul realm martial artist? Shaking his head, Yichen didn't care about it. Although Bluestone Town was relatively remote, it didn't mean that no sea of soul realm martial artists would come here. After flying for so long, he had to come down to rest and eat some good wine. Soon, the wine and dishes were served. Yichen buried his head in the food and started to eat. Although we destroyed the Wong clan this time, we didn't obtain many bloodline crystals. Moreover, we didn't find the two most outstanding descendants of the Wong clan. According to the clan's intelligence, these two have already awakened the six-headed snake bloodline. It will be troublesome to let them mature. The leader of the bamboo hat men said indifferently. The left man said, "Sixth elder, it's only two six-headed snake bloodlines. Even if they grow up, they won't be able to shake our family. No, prevention is better than cure. This is the purpose of the family. Therefore, either we don't do it, or we do it cleanly. Sixth elder is right. Sixth elder is right. The Wong clan used to be a king clan a long time ago. Although our clan has the strength of a king clan, it was only in the last 100 years. The Wong clan has fallen and become a commoner clan, but it's hard to say that they don't have the foundation to make a comeback, especially since the bloodline crystals obtained by the Wong clan were much less than expected. I suspect that they are on those two descendants of the Wong clan. In the vast sea of people, finding a family is easy, but finding two people is too difficult. The leading man shook his head. No rush. This time, the mission was rushed, and the family didn't have time to send the Blue Eye Tracker. If nothing unexpected happens, the Blue Eye Tracker will arrive in 3 days. With their help, tracking down the people with the six-headed snake bloodline will be a piece of cake. The Blue Eye Tracker will also come. Everyone was slightly surprised. All of a sudden, the leader of the bamboo hat men frowned. "What's wrong? Sixth elder?" the other man asked. "Not good. Someone wants to attack the restaurant." Boom. A giant toad condensed from the purple mist hit the restaurant. Purple mist escaped from the toad's body, and from far away, there were already people foaming at the mouth and collapsing on the ground. Meanwhile, the restaurant that came into contact with the toad melted like cheese, and the purple mist surged. Chapter 486. Poison Chi Attack. Yi Chen's expression changed as he took out his long sword and threw out a slash at the toad. The toad was split into 2 halves, but it soon merged back together. It then opened its huge mouth and spat out a 10-meter-long purple tongue towards Yi Chen, seeking death. Looking at the huge number of people in the restaurant, Yi Chen's expression turned gloomy. The sword in his hand was waved out at a speed faster than human eyes could see, filling the air with sword shadows. Shoo! 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 The toad was shredded into a thin mist and dissipated. But in the next moment, the broken restaurant suddenly creaked, and the people who were leaning against the window were dumbfounded. It turned out that at some point, a huge purple mist snake had wrapped around the restaurant and was about to wrap around its body and kill everyone in the restaurant. This poison chi can even corrode Jin Yuan easily. Who could be so cruel as to kill everyone in the restaurant? Yi Chen did not need to think to know that it was the same person who had ambushed him last time. Unfortunately, he did not have the chance to meet him last time, and he did not expect to find him again this time. A woo, a woo, a woo. A horrifying wolf howl was heard as a violent chi flow burst out from the innermost private room. The chi flow broke through the walls and spread out in all directions, blowing away the purple mist snake. Another kind of bloodline? Yi Chen looked over and saw that the place where the private room used to be was now empty. What was exposed in front of him was a group of men in hats. They had an extremely creepy aura, and behind their backs there were countless huge wolf shadows. They were different from normal demonic wolves, with horrifying blue eyes and white fur. They were indeed the legendary blue-eyed white wolves, the kind that had disappeared from the continent for a long time. Lizard body, dragon head shadow, three-headed snake shadow, blue-eyed white wolf shadow. What kind of bloodline is this? Why are they so strange? Yi Chen furrowed his brows. Most of the information that the warlord had injected into his mind was related to cultivation or things related to cultivation. There wasn't everything else. There was no end to the poisonous gas attacks. Just as the purple mist snakes were scattered, countless purple mist spiders the size of human heads appeared. The purple mist spiders were extremely fast. Their 8 legs moved as fast as lightning, and they could even make people hallucinate. Thus, in a flash, the only people left in the restaurant were Yi Chen and the bamboo hat men. The restaurant was quickly corroded and melted by the poisonous gas. Without the obstruction of the wall, Yi Chen and the man in bamboo hat were exposed. Bastard! An intense killing aura burst out from Yi Chen's body. As far as the eye could see, not only the restaurant, but the entire Bluestone town had been enveloped by the purple poisonous gas. It was like a purple fog was spreading everywhere, spreading out his soul power on the streets, in the residential buildings, in the tea houses, in the shops. There were tens of thousands of corpses. Tens of thousands of corpses were first corroded into white bones and then turned into ashes. Yi Chen's method was so cruel that it made people's hair stand on end. And the purpose of all this was just to deal with Yi Chen, just to deal with me. You actually massacred the entire town. Even if you don't want to find me, I will find you. A horrifying sword intent shot up into the sky. The purple fog was torn open. Yi Chen held the sword with both of his hands and waved it out heavily. Crack! The Bluestone town was suddenly split open, and the purple fog area was divided into 2. Using his movement art, Yi Chen flew towards the tunnel without any poisonous gas. Only when he got out of the town would he be able to find the real body of the poisoner. However, after he had flown out for dozens of meters, the tunnel was closed up immediately. Countless purple mist centipedes rushed over, one after another, like a tide. Yi Chen looked calm. He turned his body in the air and tried to break through to the top. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It was a dead end up there as well. Countless huge purple mist snakes were swimming in the fog. They were so dense that it looked like an inescapable net. This is a formation. Let's get out of here. The leading man in bamboo could tell that the poisoner's target was Yi Chen. Therefore, he gave up on the idea of killing Yi Chen. He did not think that Yi Chen would be able to escape from this formation. Of course, if the poisoner did not know what was good for him and wanted to kill them as well, then he should not blame him for ruining his plan. Shoo! Shoo! The man in bamboo had had the white wolf shadow to protect him, which made his speed extremely fast. The poisoner obviously did not make a stupid decision and opened up a tunnel for them. A person's Zhenyuan cannot be this rich. This is a formation. Yichen was not stupid. He knew that he had been trapped by a formation. There were two ways to break it. One was to break it with brute force, which meant that he would have to rely on his overwhelming power to break the formation. There was no need to think about anything else. The other way was to break it with brute force. Since the formation was brute force, one would naturally be able to find a way to break it. Down there, Yichen suddenly thought of something. He twisted his feet and disappeared into the ground like a beam of light. Outside of the town that was covered in purple mist, the ghost warrior sneered. How could I not know about this hole? The 5 Poison Great Formation goes 10,000 meters underground. From now on, this place will become a forbidden place. No one will be able to live in it for 1,000 years. Master Rain looked in another direction and said, "They are coming." This group of people is not simple. They seem to have some powerful bloodline. I will try not to mess with them if I can. The ghost warrior was very scared of the men in bamboo hats. Otherwise, he would not have let them out. He was afraid that they would treat him as an enemy and cause trouble. The men in bamboo hats stopped 100 meters away. The leading man said coldly, "You two are very skilled. You have set up a 5 Poison Great Formation without anyone noticing and poisoned an entire town to death." The ghost warrior chuckled while activating the formation. "That brat, and I have a grudge. In order to take care of him, I have no choice but to do so. As for you guys, I hope you will forgive us for our offense." "Huh, you think you can forgive us just because you say so? That is way too easy." One of the men in bamboo hats sneered. Master Rain shook his head and took out a top-rank weapon from his storage ring. He threw it over and said, "This is your compensation." Reaching out to catch the dazzling high-grade artifact, the leader of the bamboo hat men felt his blood boiling. The reason for this was not because of the high-grade artifact, but because something was calling him. It was the green-eyed trackers. Had they come 3 days earlier? "Let's go." Putting away the top-rank weapon, the leading man turned to leave without saying anything. The others had also sensed the calling from afar, so they followed right behind him. Strange, they seemed to have something to do. Master Rain looked confused. The ghost warrior laughed. It would be great if they had something to do. Right now, even the sky is helping us. There is no reason for that brat to not fall. Once I get what I want, I will turn him into a poison corpse. It will be very interesting. Whether it will be interesting or not, I do not know. I only know that if you do not try harder, you will not be able to trap him anymore. From Master Rain's direction, he could clearly see the sword Chi within the purple mist area, tearing apart the giant snakes, centipedes, and toads that were made of poison Chi. Hee. The 5 Poison Great spell requires 625 highly poisonous crystals. I spent 10 years to collect all of them. How could it be broken this easily? Although the ghost warrior was very confident in the 5 Poison Great spell, he did not slow down at all. He continued to push his Zhenyuan, causing the purple poisonous Qi to form into poisonous creatures to attack Yi Chen. He was using the advantage of numbers to cancel out Yi Chen's attacking advantage. Inside the purple mist, Yi Chen's protective Zhenyuan was continuously being corroded, and the rate at which his Zhenyuan was being drained was increasing. He was not a Sea of Soul Realm expert, so his Zhenyuan was not as rich as his opponent's, nor was it as pure. Regardless of his battle power, his Zhenyuan defense was indisputable. Facing this purple poisonous Qi that was everywhere, the only thing Yi Chen could do was to use his protective Zhenyuan to defend against it, and then think of a way to get out. As for breaking through it with tricks, it would be impossible, since he did not know much about spells. If it were that easy to break through, then it would not be a spell at all. I can't do it underground. The soil has already been corroded by the poisonous qi, and the friction with the protective Xinyuan would be even more intense. The sky would not work either, since the poisonous qi is the thickest there. It seems like all of the poisonous qi is rising up into the air and spreading down. I guess I will have to break through from the front. After making up his mind, the blue protective Zhen Yuan around Yi Chen's body shone with a layer of gold light. It turned out that he had activated the top-rank defensive gold armor's buff effect. Then, he put his longsword back into its scabbard and took out a green longsword from his storage ring. It was a top-rank great sword, which he had gotten from killing the green-robed sword artist in the parallel space battlefield. He had never used it before. With a top-rank defensive weapon on his body and a top-rank longsword in his hand, Yi Chen's overall power had increased drastically. Even if he were to face a spirit warrior, he would have 30% chance of escaping unscathed. With a wave of the sword, countless poisonous creatures formed from the purple mist were shattered, revealing a straight sword path. Top-rank defensive weapon, top-rank longsword. This brat is even richer than I thought. The poisonous qi in the purple mist region was like the ghost warrior's eyes and ears. Therefore, all of Yi Chen's movements were under his surveillance. Right then, seeing Yi Chen put on a top-rank weapon, his face darkened. He pushed his Zhen Yuan to its limit and formed a poisonous creature army within the purple mist region, attacking toward Yi Chen. The Bluestone town is not that big. The purple mist region is not as scary as the Forbidden Zone. I will use my protective Zhen Yuan to last for a while, then break through the spell and rush out. A cold light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as the protective Zhen Yuan around his body became thicker and firmer. He then extended his body and rushed toward the poisonous creature army. Pooh! 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 The poisonous creature army landed on Yi Chen's protective Zhen Yuan, making weird popping sounds. It sounded like an egg hitting a rock or tea splashing on the ground. Along with it, a sizzling sound of corrosion could be heard continuously. His protective Zhen Yuan was getting thinner and thinner as Yi Chen was surrounded by the poisonous creature army. Gold, resonant radiance sword attack. Without any pause, the long sword in Yi Chen's hand vibrated, spitting out a sword light that seemed to be able to cut through the space as he threw out a sword attack. Boom! The purple mist region was pierced through, and a gap was torn open in the poisonous creature army. Bastard! Block it for me! The ghost warrior's face was twisted as he tried to block Yi Chen back. However, Yi Chen had already reached the edge of the purple mist region, and there was no way he could block it. With a shoo sound, Yi Chen appeared outside the purple mist region and saw the ghost warrior and Master Rain. Master Rain's face was slightly surprised. He did not expect Yi Chen to break through the spell so quickly. Little brother, you cannot win against us. As long as you hand over what he wants, I can let you go. How you choose will depend on whether or not you are controlled by anger. Chapter 487. What is it? Yi Chen really wanted to know what this guy wanted. He did not remember ever interacting with this guy before. The ghost warrior gave up on activating the 5-poison great array and said with a cold face, "Hand over the thing you got from under the stone men's camp." You know what I am talking about? Hearing him, Yi Chen squinted his eyes. It seemed like this guy was the same as him, also searching for the secret of the undying body. However, he had never seen him before, so he must be hiding in the dark. This kind of person was the most dangerous. He was like a poisonous snake hiding in the grass, ready to bite you at any second. You would not even know how and why you died. What if I don't want to hand it over? Zhen Yuan slowly, but powerfully operated inside his body. Yi Chen's spirit was highly concentrated, ready to launch a fatal attack at any second. If you don't hand it over, you will wish you were dead. Even if you manage to escape this time, how many times can you escape? By then, you will not be the only one who will suffer. Your friends, your women, your families will all suffer as well. They will have to bear the consequences that they should not have to bear. I guess they will hate you even before they die. As he spoke, the 5 poison ghost warriors started to laugh. Although they did not have the absolute confidence to keep Yi Chen here, it would be impossible for Yi Chen to do anything to them. Oh yeah? Even if you don't come for me, I will come for you. You are destined to be a ghost under my sword. His body suddenly piercing out, Yi Chen threw out a sword attack. It was not a profound sense martial art, nor was it a powerful killing attack. It was just a normal sword attack. However, with the enhancement of the fast mentality, it was unbelievably fast and accurate. Once the sword was thrown out, the crescent moon-like sword Qi had already approached the ghost warrior's body. Master Rain's senses and reflexes were 1 level higher than the ghost warrior's, so he had been watching out for Yi Chen for a long time. Seeing him throw out his sword without any hesitation, he did not show any other emotions except for being a little surprised at the speed. A metal ring appeared in his hand, which vibrated and brought up a dreamy water wave. It blocked in front of the ghost warrior, clashing with the tip of the sword. Boom! Water splashed everywhere as the ghost warrior was blown away, breaking 3 huge trees in a row. At the same time, Yi Chen changed his sword aura. He was like a swimming fish, avoiding the most powerful shockwave and attacking towards Master Rain, who was trying to stop him. Ding 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 pu. The first 3 sword attacks were all blocked by Master Rain's ring, while the last one brushed past the ring and left a bloody mark on Master Rain's shoulder. Pop! Master Rain's body was like the moon in the water, disappearing into nothingness. When he reappeared, he was already hundreds of meters away, dodging Yi Chen's continuous attacks. Turning his head to look at the wound on his shoulder, Master Rain's face darkened. Even though he had already considered Yi Chen as a powerful opponent, he did not expect that he would be at a disadvantage right from the start. Brat, you're courting death. The 5 poisons ghost general, who was sent flying, had a livid expression. He flicked his sleeves and corroded the branches and leaves that were blocking him into ashes. Then he bounced up from the ground and slammed his palm forward. 5 poison godly palm. The purple Zhen Yuan separated into 5 parts, turning into different shapes in the air. One was a poisonous snake, one was a centipede, one was a spider, one was a scorpion, and the last one was a toad. The 5 Zhen Yuan poisonous creatures looked extremely lifelike. They all attacked towards Yi Chen while showing their fangs and claws. Break! Besides the fact that the ghost warrior was a bit more powerful, his battling power was nothing in Yi Chen's eyes. Facing this poisonous palm attack, Yi Chen waved his long sword in the air. The 5 poisonous creatures seemed to have been hit in their weak spots. Their bodies twisted and exploded, while rolling purple qi corroded the ground in front of them and created a huge pit, 1 ring in the moon. Master Rain's attack had arrived as well. That metal ring vibrated in the air and turned into a huge green halo. It twisted the water yuan qi and looked like a deep ocean whirlpool, squeezing Yi Chen in the middle. It then suddenly wrapped around him, trying to lock down Yi Chen's movement. Yi Chen knew that he could not let himself be trapped by the green halo. Even if he could break it, it would still take a lot of time. During that time, even if he had 9 lives, it would not be enough. PSHH. The emerald longsword was waved up, and the green halo was sliced open. 2-ring sunlock. Another metal ring appeared in Master Rain's hand. As he threw it out, the 2 metal rings intertwined with each other, turning into layers of green light rings. It was hard to tell which one was the real one and which one was the fake one. The rings spread out in the air, and the number of rings increased drastically once again. The bigger rings covered the smaller ones, and the smaller ones were connected to the bigger ones, covering the entire sky layer upon layer. Troublesome indeed. Yichen frowned hard. Master Rain's battling power was extremely horrifying, and he was almost at the level of a spirit warrior. Plus, there was still the 5-poison ghost warrior, whose battling power was not that impressive, but his poison art was extremely vicious. The two of them had given him a huge pressure that he had never felt before. Sword step, find the gap. Using his body as a sword, Yi Chun turned into a beam of sword light, flying through the gaps of the countless rings. Whenever he ran into something that he could not dodge, he would throw out a sword attack. What kind of step art is this? Master Rain was shocked as he watched Yi Chun fly out of his attacking range. The ghost warrior did not expect Yi Chun to be able to break through Master Rain's 2-ring sunlock so easily. As far as he knew, once this attack was performed, even those who were slightly more powerful than Master Rain would not be able to fight back. Mountain Melting Palm. Putting his left hand on his right arm, the ghost warrior's Jun Yuan increased drastically. A purple swirl appeared in the middle of his palm, looking like a mountain. He threw it towards Yi Chun. Amaranthine nature. Yi Chun was not afraid at all. He performed his amaranthine nature and stabbed out with his sword. Pooh! The purple Jun Yuan had been pierced through, and a sword hole appeared in the center of the ghost warrior's palm. Just when his palm was about to be pierced through, Master Rain's reinforcement arrived just in time. One of his metal rings had managed to deflect Yi Chen's long sword while the other one was thrown out. Missing his attack, Yi Chen hurried to back out, avoiding the incoming ring. No, one of them has such a powerful poison art, and the other has such a weird movement. If I do not take care of one of them, I will not be able to gain the upper hand. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled as he glanced at Master Rain and the ghost warrior. Master Rain said coldly, "Give me that thing, and I will give you a peaceful life. Otherwise, you will see this kind of scene again in the future. Not only you, but also your friends and family. I think they are not as powerful as you, right?" The killing intent in his eyes was not hidden at all as Yi Chen sneered. "Even if I hand it over, you might not let me go. Only by removing the root of the problem will you be able to solve the problem in the future. Am I right? Since you insist, then do not blame us." Master Rain neither admitted nor denied it, but he agreed with Yi Chen deep down in his heart. Yi Chen's potential was way too horrifying. Once he grew up, even he and the ghost warrior together would not be his opponent. Therefore, for the peace of the future, they could only chase after Yi Chen without giving up. Asking Yi Chen to give up now was only to increase their own power. "Brat, this is the path you have chosen. Do not regret it in the future. I, the ghost warrior, have plenty of ways to torture people." The ghost warrior knew that he would not be Yi Chen's opponent, so he let Master Rain be the main attacker, and he would help from the side. After all, he knew that his most powerful art was his poison art, not his fighting power. The long sword in his hand was pointed at the ground, the sword light shooting out. Yi Chen secretly activated his immortal body and switched to using his soul power to leave a soul mark on his internal organs. The effect of the soul mark was way stronger than the mental mark, and it could last for half an hour. During this time, the internal injuries would be negligible unless the opponent's attack power was beyond his immortal body's limit. I have said it before, you will be a ghost under my sword. Yi Chen gave up on fighting with Master Rain and attacked the ghost warrior directly. Master Rain frowned. The ghost warrior could not die. If he died, he would not be able to control Yi Chen anymore. Only by working together would he have a chance? Boom, boom, boom. Throwing out the metal ring, Master Rain started his most aggressive attack on Yi Chun. The second he got close to the ghost warrior, Yi Chun suddenly grabbed the other 3 swords with his left hand and swung them back. It was the reverse sky thundercut. The sound of metal exploding was heard along with thousands of sparks. After blowing away the ring with 1 sword attack, Yi Chun crossed his 2 swords and performed his dual sword art. Not good. His target is me. Master Rain was shocked at Yi Chen's cunning. He did not have time to take back the ring and threw out a punch. Boom. Yi Chen's attack was weaker than he had expected. Although that punch was the full power of Master Rain, it was still not as powerful as the ring attack. However, Yi Chen was blown away like an arrow leaving the bow. In the next second, he appeared 10 steps away from the ghost warrior. Damn it! This brat's target is still 5 poison. Fighting with me was just to cover up his goal and create a fog to make 5 poison lower his guard. Master Rain was shocked at Yi Chen's battling experience. It was not something that could be gained through training. It would require a top talent, since people with weak battling talent would not be able to make such a plan in such a critical moment. Killing 5 poison will leave you with a wounded body. Let's see what you will choose. Master Rain roared in anger as he used both of his hands to control the ring that was not far away and threw it at Yi Chun. He was confident that Yi Chun would not have a good time under his attack. Yi Chun did not care about the ring behind him at all. His emerald longsword started to vibrate at an extreme speed as the edge of the sword light was covered in a layer of gold. Gold resonant radiance attack. With a flash of gold light, the ghost warrior was sliced in half. A red line extended from his head to his crotch before blood splashed everywhere. He did not even know that he was already dead. He wanted to attack back at Yi Chun, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not activate his Zhen Yuan and fell heavily onto the ground. Boom. The second he killed the ghost warrior, Yi Chen's back was also hit by a ring attack. As for the other one, he had dodged it. Puking out blood from the corner of his mouth, Yi Chun turned around calmly. Master Rain's face was twisted as he said, "Your internal organs should have been broken, right? How much power do you have left? 50%, 30%. After killing the ghost warrior, I want you to die with him. This is the wrong choice you made, the wrong choice to put yourself in death." Chapter 488. 5 Poison Ghost Warrior. I did not expect you to be the leader of the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 evil cult. I did not expect you to have already reached the Sea of Souls realm. Unfortunately, you still died in my hands. Speaking of which, I have already killed 4 ghost warriors of the 9 evil cult. I wonder what kind of relationship you have with them. The ghost warriors who had died in Yi Chen's hands were the ghost corpse man, the blood demon, the white bone ghost warrior, and the 5 poison ghost warrior. He guessed that Master Rain might be one of the ghost warriors as well, but he had surpassed the 5 poison ghost warrior. In Master Rain's eyes, Yi Chen was already a dead man. Therefore, he said without hesitation, "I guess there is no harm in telling you. I am the outer master of the 9 evil cult, Yu Yutian." Outer master Yu Yutian? Very good. Ghost warriors are not powerful enough for me anymore. Now, it is the master-level warriors of the 9 evil cult. Arrogant. When you were at your peak, I might have been a bit scared. But now, I can kill you with 1 hand. 2-ring sunlock. Although Yu Yutian said that he did not dare to be careless at all. Although it was rare for someone to fail miserably, it was not impossible. Even a lion would use all of its power to catch a rabbit. He would not make this kind of mistake, at least not before his opponent fell down. The earth-shattering green halos sealed the area layer upon layer, the big halos encircling the small halos. Blood leaked out of Yi Chen's mouth, but he did not try to dodge. It seemed like he could not dodge at all. The green longsword in his hand kept slicing out, stabbing out, and trying to break through the blocking of the light. It gave people the feeling that he was a small boat on the ocean and could be destroyed at any second. Seeing that, Yu Tian let out a breath of relief. It seemed like Yi Chen was indeed badly wounded, but he did not know how bad it was. There were a lot of green light rings, and their trajectories were constantly changing. However, Yi Chen's sword arts were fast, brutal, and accurate. No matter how the green light rings changed, they could not get close to him, not to mention locking him down. Let's see how long you can last, Yu Qiansha. Sneering, Yu Yutian quickly formed hand seals with both hands. As he formed hand seals, the water yuan qi in the air started to move, and the sky turned gray. Then, rain arrows started to rain down. It was as if thousands of arrows had been shot at the same time, or as if hailstones were falling. Reverse sky thundercut. Yi Chen held his sword in a reverse grip and slashed downwards. The rings and rain arrows within a radius of 3 feet bounced off like a hollow ball. Puff! After doing all this, Yi Chen opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. He looked dispirited. This is the moment. Yu Yutian suddenly felt that he shouldn't kill Yi Chen right now. He couldn't kill him before he obtained the secret that the Ghost General 5 Poisons wanted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted a few months following the Ghost General 5 Poisons around. With a thought, Yu Youqian's next attack weakened by 30%. A majestic water dragon, propelled by his true essence, rushed out with an imposing aura that seemed as if it could break through everything. Water Dragon Kill. This attack was Yu Youqian's most powerful single-target profound sense martial art. The first Loop Moon Cover and second Loop Sunlock were ceiling attacks. The Rain Thousand Kill was a group attack, and the Water Dragon Kill was the real ace attack that he used against powerful enemies. Even if he had only used 70% of his Zhen Yuan, it would still be enough to wound Yi Chen badly. Boom! The moment the water dragon rushed out, a forked lightning appeared in the sky, which was extremely shocking. Finally here, a sharp, cold light flashed through Yi Chen's eyes, as if someone had waved out a fatal sword attack from within. The emerald long sword vibrated at an unimaginable frequency. Within a second, it had vibrated at least 1,000 times. The blue sword light was covered with a layer of golden light. The golden light continued to flow, shooting out along with Yi Chen's attack. Gold resonant radiance sword attack. Without any obstruction, the majestic water dragon was directly split in half, shooting out from both sides of Yi Chen and into the distance. What? Impossible. Could it be? An unbelievable look flashed through Yu Youqian's eyes. A thought flashed through his mind, and he could not help but think, could it be that it was all an illusion? Yi Chen wasn't injured at all, and that so-called injury was just an act to make me lower my guard and attack recklessly, but my ring had clearly landed on his back. Even if he was wearing a top-ranked defensive item, the power would still have passed through. There was no way he would not be injured at all. What is going on? Yu Youqian's mind was in a mess. He felt like he had run into something incomprehensible. If the ghost warrior were here, he would definitely not make this kind of mistake, because he was sure that Yi Chen had gotten the undying body training method. Therefore, he would definitely be on guard against it during the battle. However, he was too cautious and did not tell Yu Yutian the truth, afraid that the latter would get rid of him and take all the benefits for himself. Yu Yutian had predicted everything, but he had not expected Yi Chen to have trained the undying body. This mistake would not be changed by his will. The gold resonant radiance sword was like a hot knife cutting through butter. After cutting open the water dragon, its remaining power did not disappear as it landed heavily on Yu Youtian's chest. Chin. A burning spark appeared on Yu Youtian's chest as a wave of power rushed into his body through the mid-rank defensive item. He could no longer hold the hot blood in his mouth as he puked it out. Brat, you are so cunning. His body flying backward. Yu Youtian turned into a beam of light and tried to escape. You think you can run away? Yi Chun performed his movement art and chased after him. One was heavily wounded while the other was perfectly fine. The distance between them was getting shorter and shorter, and it was already within Yi Chen's attack range. Shoo! The sword Qi shot out as Yi Chun threw out a sword attack. Yu Youtian seemed to have grown eyes on the back of his head as his body flashed once, avoiding the incoming sword Qi. However, his speed was once again slowed down. No, if this continues, I will be beaten to death. I will have to use some essence blood and perform the blood escape. With that thought in mind, Yu Youtian's body shook once as his speed increased drastically. The Zhen Yuan that he had shot out contained a bright red color, and his face had turned even paler. The purity of Yi Chen's Zhen Yuan was not as pure as Yu Youtian's after all. Earlier, when the latter was heavily wounded, he could still catch up slowly. But now, the gap would only get bigger and bigger, and he would eventually lose his chance. Boom! The protective Zhen Yuan outside his body shattered, turning into countless light dots floating in the air. The broken pieces then merged together and formed into waves of sharp sword light, making him look like a sword god riding a sword. Go! The sword finger on his right hand suddenly pierced out, and the sword light shot out with Yi Chun. This kind of speed was already infinitely close to the speed of an attack. It was like a beam of light cutting through the sky, fast like a dream. What kind of secret art is this? Yu Youtian's face turned pale as he tried his best to perform the blood escape. A beam of blood light and a wave of sword light chased each other with all their might. Overall, Yi Chen's speed was still a bit faster. Before, the success rate of my sword light flying art was less than 10%. But now, it has reached 100% without any delay. Back in the Blood Demon battlefield, Yi Chun had been chased by 4 extreme astral-reaching realm warriors. When he was heavily wounded, he used the sword light flying art and escaped. After that, Yi Chun had been training the sword light flying art hard, hoping that one day he would be able to use it freely. And this goal had been achieved a long time ago. However, he never had the chance to use it, because it had to be used in a situation where he was running for his life or being chased. After all, using the sword light flying art required him to remove his protective Zhen Yuan. The Bluestone town was located in the south of the mountain region, less than 30,000 miles away from the border. Unknowingly, the two had left the mountain region and arrived above a mountain range. Their speed was already more than 10 times faster than the speed of sound. If you kill me, you will be chased by all of the powerful warriors from the 9 Ghost cult. Your family and your martial school will be destroyed. Do you think it is worth it? Even if Yu Youtian was a Sea of Souls realm warrior and had trained his spirit body, the spirit blood inside his body was not endless. After half an hour, the blood inside his body was about to be used up. If it continued like this, even without Yi Chun chasing after him, he would not be able to live past tomorrow. Yi Chun sneered. The 9 Ghost cult had been destroyed decades ago. The remaining people are all like rats on the street. Do you think I would be scared? Huh. The remaining powerful warriors of our 9 Ghost cult are way beyond your imagination. Don't look for your own death and bring danger to your family. Leaving you alive would be the real danger. Damn. Even if I die, I want you to die with me. Yutian gave up on running for his life. He was ready to die, with Yi Chen while he still had some power left. The second he turned around, a cyan-colored sword light with a hint of gold flashed past. He felt his neck go numb as he saw a headless body far away from him. Who? After killing Yutian with one sword attack, Yi Chen let out a breath. He was indeed an outer master of the Nine Ghost cult, who was extremely hard to deal with. If it were not for the fact that he had a part of the undying body and pretended to be weak, he might not even be able to wound him badly, let alone kill him. Reaching out his hand, Yuotian's storage ring landed in his hand. Yi Chen did not even look at it before throwing it into his own storage ring. This should be the approaching Star Mountain, right? After this mountain, it would be the Star Regional Lake. I have not been to the Snake Island for a couple of years, so I wonder what kind of realm Wong's snake has reached. Back then, Yi Chen had a grudge against the floating island, but he was afraid that they would vent their anger on the Wong family. Therefore, he did not try to contact Wong's snake. After such a long time, the floating island should have already gotten over the grudge, so it was time for him to go to the Snake Island. He did not hurry on with his journey. Instead, he found a quiet mountain and sat down to recover his Zhen Yuan. Hundreds of miles away from the Blue Rock town in the mountain region, a group of people in hats gathered together. Most of them were wearing white robes, but only 3 of them were in black. "Did you bring the Wong family's blood?" one of them asked. "Yes." The leading man in white took out a transparent glass bottle from his storage ring, which was filled with a blood-red liquid. Taking over the glass bottle, the man in black opened it and smelled it, then passed it to the other 2 men next to him. After the 3 had smelled it, the one who spoke earlier said, "All right, we have smelled the Wong family's blood. As long as they are not more than 100,000 miles away, they will not be able to escape, even if they are at the end of the world. Now, take us to the Snake Island. With the power of those 2 descendants of the Wong family, they might not be able to get more than 100,000 miles away in a couple of days. Follow me." Shoo, shoo, shoo. The group of men in hats flew out, heading towards the south. Chapter 489. The Star Regional Lake was a continent-level lake. Even if it was not the top 3 in the whole true spirit continent, it would at least be in the top 5. It had an area of millions of miles, which would be more than enough to put the whole South Rudra region in. And this was only a lake filled with water. As such a huge lake, there were countless small islands on the Star Regional Lake. They were like stars in the sky, and one could be seen after a certain distance. The Wind Island was a small island that was hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Snake Island. There were millions of people living on the island, and it was quite prosperous. Inside a luxurious restaurant, Yi Chen sat by the window drinking tea while listening to the information exchange between the warriors. "Have you heard? The Wong family on the Snake Island, near the Black Dragon Empire, had been killed. Not even a chicken or a dog was left alive. Even the Snake Island had lost a layer. Killed. Who would be so cruel? That Wong family was a rank 9 family after all. How could they be killed just like that? Plus, I heard that in the past couple of years, 2 young warriors had appeared in the Wong family, and they were both at the astral reaching realm. If a rank 8 martial institution wanted to take care of them, they would have to suffer a lot. You are a bit too short-sighted. For us, the Wong family is a huge beast, but for those powerful warriors, they could be killed just like that." Whatever the warriors in the restaurant were saying next, Yi Chen did not hear it because he had already left the restaurant. In the sky, Yi Chen rode on his flying puppet, traveling at 10 times the speed of sound. Who did the Wong family offend to be killed? How is Wong's snake? There were a lot of questions in Yi Chen's head. He did not expect to hear the news of the Wong family being killed just when he was about to go to the Snake Island. Although he did not have much feelings for the Wong family, and his relationship with Wong Snake was not that deep either. But the Wong family had given him a 3,000-year-old blood sunflower after all, and Wong Snake had been protected by him before. Without knowing why, Yichen thought of those men in hats. There was no reason for him to think of them. Wong Snake, you did not look like a short-lived person before. You should not die this easily, right? If you die, you will have nothing left. Wong Snake's potential was something that Yichen knew very well. He could tell a thing or two from Tua Baku, and Wong Snake was even younger than him. Whoosh! The flying puppet shot forward as fast as a flash of light. From afar, Yichen saw the Snake Island. The Snake Island that used to be so tall was now shorter. It seemed like the top had been sliced off by a knife. However, judging from the cut marks, it was not a knife, but a claw. It was torn by a claw. A large number of martial artists stood on the uneven surface. You didn't see what happened that day. A group of people dressed in white and wearing bamboo hats surrounded the Wong family and killed every single one of them. Not even the children were spared. In the end, when they were about to leave, the leader of the group waved his hand, and the Wong family on the Snake Island was directly wiped out and turned into what you see now. That's too cruel. They didn't even leave a complete corpse. Sigh, this world is a world where the strong are respected. The words of the strong are absolute. If they say they will destroy you, then they will destroy you. There is no room for discussion. A peak-late astral-reaching expert has arrived. A lot of people had noticed Yichen, who had a powerful qi. Yichen had heard everyone's conversation, especially the words men in white. If it were not a coincidence, then the men in white that he had met in the Blue Stone Town would be the main culprit who had killed the Wong family. This guess was not without reason. First of all, it was not that there were no people in white, but for a group of them to appear, the chance would be very small. Secondly, the men in white had the blue-eyed white wolf bloodline, while the Wong family had the multi-headed snake bloodline. The two of them were somehow related. Therefore, Yichen was pretty sure that it was those men in white who had killed the Wong family. This is indeed tricky. Those men in white are not easy to deal with, especially the leader. His power seems to be no weaker than Yu Youtian's. Yichen frowned. He knew how powerful Yu Youtian was. Perhaps he would not be afraid of one man in white, but a group of them would have to be careful. Plus, people with this kind of bloodline would be extremely powerful. Even Yichen did not have the confidence to win against that leader. Let's not worry about this for now. Let's look for some clues. Between his eyebrows, Yichen let out his soul power quietly. 30 miles, 50 miles, 80 miles, 90 miles. Not until he had let his soul power reach 90 miles deep into the Snake Island did Yichen start to feel that his soul power was not able to reach out anymore. There is a slight space vibration, but it is very weak. His expression changed as Yichen left the cut surface and came to the middle of the mountain, allowing his soul power to reach even deeper. Realizing that there was nothing wrong yet, he dove right into the bottom of the lake. There is a transporting stone door there. Yichen had finally found the source of the vibration. It was actually 360 miles below the cut surface. If it were not for the fact that Yichen's soul power was more powerful than most of the Sea of Souls realm warriors, he might not be able to find it. Thinking about it, it was not that the leading man in white did not use his soul power to search. It was just that the range of his soul power was limited, and the stone door was too deep, which was why he did not notice it. Of course, the most important reason was that Yichen had trained the void-shattering finger art, which contained the space mentality, which made him extra sensitive to the space vibration coming from the stone door. Without much hesitation, Yi Chun pushed his protective Zhen Yuan and squeezed into the mud at the bottom of the lake, approaching the stone door. Soon, Yi Chun arrived in front of the stone door. The stone door was located in an underground stone room. There was no way to go down from the top. There was only a small hidden path on the side. The entrance of the small path was also at the bottom of the lake, covered with water plants. The path was not smooth all the way, and there were a lot of traps. It was also the reason why Yi Chun did not come in through the small path. It was not because he was afraid of the traps, but because he was afraid that the traps would cause too much noise. I wonder where this door leads to. Yi Chun thought about it again and again before stepping in. He believed that the Wang family would not set up a stone door that would trap people in a dangerous place, since there was no need for it at all. After all, how many people would be able to find it? The purpose of this stone door was most likely to transport important people away. Perhaps Wang's snake was still alive. Who? The swirl in the stone door spun once, and Yi Chun disappeared completely inside. Sister May, someone is coming through the stone door. In a dimly lit underground building, a teenager in black stared at the stone door in front of him with a cautious expression. It was indeed Wang's snake, whom Yi Chun had not seen for many years. Behind him, a cold-looking lady in black walked over. It was indeed another martial genius of the Wang family, Wang Mei. Back in the Star Regional Lake, her three-headed snake had attacked the big ship that Yi Chun and Wang Snake were on. Little Snake, our Wang family might have been destroyed. The people coming here are most likely enemies. Later, I will hold them off. You run by yourself. Do not look back. There was a hint of sadness in Wang Mei's eyes, but it was soon replaced by determination. Wang Snake shook his head. No, Sister May, I want to face it with you. Stupid brat, what is the use of you staying here? It will only be one more corpse. Only by staying alive can you avenge my family. I believe you have the potential. You have reached the peak level early astral reaching realm from the condensing reality realm in just a couple of years. Compared to a couple of years ago, Wang Mei had matured quite a bit. Who? Just as the two were talking, the swirl inside the conveyor door suddenly sped up, and a human figure walked out. Die! A six-headed snake shadow appeared behind Wang Mei and Wang's snake. The 12 snake heads bit towards the incoming person, attacking fiercely. Boom! The incoming person threw out a punch, and the two backed out continuously. It's me. After throwing out a punch to push back the two, Yi Chun said. Wang Snake was overjoyed. Brother Yi, it really is Brother Yi. Sister May, he is not an enemy. He is my savior. Brother Yi. A confused look flashed past Wang Mei's face, but she nodded and said calmly, I know. Yi Chun looked around and realized that he was underground. The walls were inlaid with glowing crystals, which made it possible for him to see his own fingers in this dark environment. He was in a stone hall which looked very ancient and elegant. It seemed to have been here for a long time. Wang Snake, what is this place? This is our Wang family's forbidden place. Brother Yi, is our Wang family still here? Wang Snake asked carefully. In the past few years, he had developed feelings for the Wang family. Except for a few people, the others were very nice to him, especially the family head, Wang Heng, at the side. Wang Mei also looked at Yi Chun. Yi Chun was silent for a while, shook his head, and said in a low voice, the Wang family has been razed to the ground. I only found out about it by chance, and then I found the conveyor door. Grandpa, Uncle Zhou, are they all dead? Wang Snake's eyes were filled with tears. The dead cannot be resurrected. It is already a great fortune for you to be alive. You must cherish this life, and when you are strong enough, you can take revenge. Yi Chun comforted him. I know, I will. Wang Shi clenched his fists tightly. Not only was the main family destroyed, before the main family was destroyed, his previous family was also destroyed. Not even the fowls and dogs were spared. These days, he felt very painful every moment. Fortunately, Wang Mei was with him. She was his only relative. The conveyor door's light dimmed and gradually disappeared. Yi Chen knew that the conveyor door's original energy had been used up. After all, this conveyor door was very low level compared to the conveyor doors Yi Chen had seen. There was a limit to the number of people, and it was impossible to teleport without limit. How did you escape? Yi Chen asked. Wang Snake explained. After my previous family was destroyed, Grandpa Wang Hung forced me and Sister Mei to enter the conveyor door. It was a one-way conveyor door, and we could not teleport back. There was also a limit to the number of people who could enter. It seemed that there was only one person left. Then can you tell me about the Wang family's secrets and the cause? This was what Yi Chen wanted to know the most. Otherwise, he would not be able to make a plan. Wang Snake looked at Wang Mei, and Wang Mei nodded and said, "Let me tell you. Anyway, the Wang family only exists in name, and there is nothing to hide. There are some things that you are not clear about." Chapter 490. Taking a deep breath, Wang Mei said slowly, "In the ancient era, there were many mixed blood races. Among them, the most powerful ones were the demi-beast families. Our Wang family was one of the demi-beast families. As for the so-called demi-beasts, they were beasts that could transform into human forms. In other words, they were the descendants of the beast kings and humans. They had the bloodline of both beasts and humans. When the beast bloodline was awakened, they could summon the phantom of the demi-beast, which would increase their battling power tremendously, allowing them to easily fight against those with higher realms. When a beast reached the beast king realm, it could have offspring with humans. The fact that the Wang family had the bloodline of both beasts and humans did not surprise Yi Chen at all. In fact, he had already suspected that these people had the bloodline of beasts. As for beasts and humans, it sounded a bit unbelievable, but it was not that big of a deal. After a beast reached the beast king realm, it could have two forms, a beast form and a human form. A beast form and a human form were not that different. As long as they wanted to, they could stay in their human form for the rest of their lives. Of course, there were some beast kings who preferred the beast form and did not want to become humans. Wang Mei shook her head. No, even if a normal beast reached the beast king realm and could transform into a human form, it would not be able to have offspring with humans. Only some extremely rare beasts from the ancient era could do so, such as the ancestor of our Wang family, the nine-headed serpent king. Nine-headed serpent? Yi Chen was a bit surprised. The nine-headed serpent was a notorious beast in the ancient era. When it was born, it already had the power of a rank 7 beast. When it reached adulthood, it would have the power of a rank 10 beast. Once it became a beast king, it would be 10 times more powerful than a normal beast king. Those people who destroyed your Wang family were also from a demi-beast family? Yi Chen asked. Wang Mei nodded. Yes, I heard from my grandpa that they were from the Ao family, with the bloodline of the blue-eyed white wolf. In the past, the Ao family was only a noble family among the demi-beast families, while our Wang family was the king family. However, the Wang family had declined a long time ago, becoming a normal family. 100 years ago, the Ao family became the king family. Why did the Ao family want to destroy the Wang family, which was also a demi-beast family? That was because they wanted to obtain the bloodline crystal of our Wang family. Yi Chen remained silent and listened to the other party's next words. Bloodline crystal. A crystal that can increase the density of bloodline and increase the chance of bloodline awakening. Only demonic kings can condense this type of crystal and it's extremely poisonous. Half-demons with low density of bloodline will die, without a doubt, if they use it. Only half-demons with relatively high density of bloodline can use it effectively. Me and the little snake have used it once, increasing the density of our bloodline from 5-headed snake to 6-headed snake. Once the bloodline awakens, our cultivation base will skyrocket for a period of time without any side effects. Is this the reason why the AO family wants to deal with your Wong family? Could it be that the AO family can also use the bloodline crystal of your Wong family? Wang Mei said, bloodline crystals are formed from demonic energy and the blood essence of a demonic king. I think there should be some similarities between them. All right, now you can tell me about the strength of the AO clan. Tell me everything you know. Don't hide anything. The AO family is very powerful. Wang Mei's voice sank as she said, although I do not know anything about the AO family, I know about the royal family's power very well. In order to become a royal family, there must be 3 conditions. First, there must be a demonic beast king in the family. Second, there must be at least 4 master-level demonic beast warriors. Third, there must be a demonic beast son in the family. Hearing her, Yichen started to think. The AO family was indeed powerful, ridiculously powerful. It seemed like among the demonic beast families, the royal family would be equivalent to a rank 5 martial institution. No, it might be even more powerful than a normal rank 5 martial institution, because a normal rank 5 martial institution might not even have 4 master level C of Soul's Realm warriors. What is this demonic beast son? Once the beast bloodline reaches half of the ancestor's bloodline, one would be a demonic beast son. We call it the perfect demonic beast bloodline. The perfect demonic beast bloodline seemed to be similar to Murong's perfect demi-demon bloodline. This condition might be even harder than becoming a master-level demi-beast, since who would be able to control their own beast bloodline and reach half of it? Without a huge opportunity, there would be no way at all. What is the level of your bloodline? Yichen asked, casually. Wang's snake answered, we are still far from it. Only when the bloodline density reaches the 9-headed snake level would it be the perfect demonic beast bloodline. But we have only trained 1 bloodline crystal. Once we train the second one, the chance of increasing our bloodline density will be half of the first one, and the third one will be half of the second. Of course, we would not dare to try the last 2 times either. If the first one could not kill us, then the chance of the second one would be doubled, and the third one would be doubled. It would be the opposite of increasing our bloodline density. After training 3 bloodline crystals, we would not be able to train anymore because only the pure 9-headed snake bloodline would be able to train more than 3. We are demonic beasts, so we will never be able to have a pure 9-headed snake bloodline. Now that he knew everything, it was time for Yichen to say something. The AO family is very powerful. All I can do is try my best to ensure your safety. If it is beyond my power, then I will have to say sorry. Right now, the AO family might not be able to chase after you. Let's talk about the future later. Naturally, Yichen hoped that the AO family would not bother to chase after Wang Snake and Wang Mei. Only a rank 5 martial institution would be able to compete with such a powerful being. He would not even be able to fill the gap between their teeth. The good thing was that the king warriors had their own rules, and the demi-beast king of the AO family would not show up for sure. So, the AO family's danger level would be reduced by 1 rank, which would be equivalent to a top-rank 6 martial institution. Thank you, Brother Yi. Wang Snake was not too sure about Yi Chen's power, since the news from the Thunder City Martial Tea Gathering had not arrived yet. But judging from Yi Chen's chi, he was undoubtedly at the peak level late astral reaching realm. They are very powerful. I heard from my grandpa that there are demi-beasts who have reached the Sea of Souls realm. Wang Mei hesitated for a while before reminding him. Yi Chen sighed. If only that were the case. Wang Mei opened her mouth, but did not know what to say. It was not that she did not trust Yi Chen, but she did not think that astral-reaching realm warriors would be able to compete with Sea of Souls realm warriors. Plus, Yi Chen had the blue-eyed white wolf bloodline, which would make his battling power even more powerful than Sea of Souls realm warriors at the same level. After staying in the forbidden place for a day, Yi Chen thought about it and said to the two, "It is not a good idea to stay here all the time. Perhaps they have already left. I will go check out the situation on the Snake Island first. You guys be careful and wait for me to come back." Yi Chen already knew about the exit of the forbidden place, which was under the island. Leaving the forbidden place, Yi Chen arrived in the sky. This place is so close to the Blue Mountain Island. Yi Chen had flown over this island before, but he did not expect that it would be the forbidden place of the Wang family right under the island. As long as he knew where it was, Yi Chen flew in a straight line towards the Snake Island. On the Snake Island, a group of men in hats appeared on the top of the island. "Ao Sung, have you checked this place?" The man in black asked the leading man in white. "Yes, I have. There is nothing out of the ordinary." Really? The man in black did not believe him, so he started to search carefully with the other two. "Captain, there is a transporting stone door 360 miles down there." One of the men in black found a clue. The man in black, who was called the captain, glanced at Ao Sung, but did not say anything. Ao Sung looked a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, he had covered his face with the black cloth. The group of people arrived at the stone room where the transporting stone door was, and they could not help but frown. The energy of this transporting stone door has been used up. It seems like we will have to use the bloodline tracking spell. As he spoke, he took out the bottle of blood from the Wang family people from his storage ring. After opening it, he dropped a drop onto his hand. Whew! All of a sudden, a blue-eyed white wolf shadow appeared behind him. Its eyes shone with a bright blue light, and a mysterious power poured into the blood drop. Shoo! The blood drop suddenly jumped up and shot onto the stone wall. It is the West. They are still 100,000 miles away. Let's go. The group of people moved quickly after leaving the Snake Island. They flew toward the west at an extreme speed. Ao Chung, this time, the family sent the three of you here. It should not be just to search for the Wang family people, right? Ao Sung was very clear that the Wang family only needed to send one Green Eye tracker. There was no need to send 3 of them at once. The leading man in black, Ao Chung, said, "We have another mission this time, which is to find out more about the Tuoba family's power." Tuoba family, that is a noble family. Is the family planning to attack them? No, we're just trying to find out more. The power of the Tuoba family is hidden very deeply. Not bad. Ao Sung let out a breath. If they wanted to destroy the Tuoba family, they would have to send out all of the Ao family. Unfortunately, the leader of the family was a demi-beast king. Otherwise, he would be able to take care of the whole Tuoba family by himself. After flying for about 10,000 miles, Ao Chung stopped and continued to perform his bloodline tracking spell. The direction was still the west. On the way, a young man in blue passed by them. Isn't this the sword artist in blue we ran into in the Blue Stone Town? Ao Seng's eyes flashed as he said to Ao Chung. What happened? Ao Chung asked. Ao Sung told Ao Chung what had happened in the Blue Stone Town. Should we kill him? I feel that there is something wrong with him. His power should be at the Sea of Souls realm. Let's not cause any trouble. Ao Chung shook his head. Yi Chen was able to make it out of the 5 poison great spell alive, so he must be powerful. He did not believe that he was just a normal peak-level astral-reaching realm warrior. Without showing any expression on his face, Yichen did not slow down at all as he pulled out the distance between him and the group of men in hats. It is them. Why are they heading in that direction? Perhaps they have a way to find Wang's snake. And Wang Mei? I guess I can only try my luck. After flying for hundreds of miles, Yichen suddenly stopped and followed them secretly, although they were very powerful and would not be able to beat them alone. There would still be a chance to save them. Most importantly, Yichen could guarantee that he would not die, and that would be enough. Just as Yichen had expected, they were flying in the forbidden place of the Wang family without any deviation, as if they knew that the forbidden place was in that direction. Chapter 491. It is here. Ao Chung and the group arrived above the island, looking down. Then, I will bring a couple of people down to catch them. You guys stay outside. Ao Sung waved his hand, signaling for the four men to follow. Ao Chung nodded his head and said to the remaining 2 bamboo hat men in black and 9 bamboo hat men in white, "The 11 of you, each take a side. If you see anyone coming over, kill them without mercy. Also, move around as much as possible. With our soul power, we can't seal off the entire island." The island had a radius of hundreds of miles. If one were to look at it as a square, each side would be 500 miles long, and the 4 sides would add up to 2,000 miles. Of course, because it was an irregular shape, it might only be 1,600 or 700 miles. With 12 people guarding it, each of their mental power or soul power would have to cover more than 100 miles. Not to mention the fact that the 9 men in white were only peak-level late astral-reaching realm warriors who could not use their soul power. Even if they were all Sea of Souls realm warriors, they would not be able to lock down the whole island. Yes, the 11 of them spread out, flying toward the chosen spot. Hundreds of miles deep in the lake, a blue figure kept flashing. Those 3 men in black are all Sea of Souls realm warriors. Their soul power lockdown range is very wide, and they would be able to sense my soul power. It would not be worth the risk. Those men in white are astral-reaching realm warriors, and my soul power would not only be able to avoid their mental power detection, but also be able to detect me without them noticing. I will sneak into the forbidden place from where they are. After making up his mind, Yichen started to swim forward at a fast speed. The whole process went smoothly, as Yichen easily avoided the mental power lockdown of the men in white and arrived at the entrance of the forbidden place. He then performed his body art and started to fly at top speed. The forbidden place was covered with a restrictive power, so soul power would not be able to get in. People outside would not be able to know what was going on inside. Hold on for a bit longer. Yichen was worried that Wang's snake and Wang Mei might have already fallen into the hands of the men in white, since it had been a long time since then. It is not easy for you two to reach the astral-reaching realm. Hand over the bloodline crystals now, and I will let you go. Ao Sung and the 4 white-clothed bamboo hat men appeared in a fan-shaped formation in the spacious and dark stone hall. 6th Elder, why don't we just kill them and take their storage rings? There's no need to talk about conditions. A white-robed bamboo hat man was puzzled, so he sent a Zhenyuan transmission. I'm afraid that they've made preparations and hid the bloodline crystals. Are you sure you can find the bloodline crystals? If you kill them? Ao Sung was no fool. As the 6th elder of the Ao family, he had not only strength, but also experience. Wang Mei looked gloomy, and all kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind. Did Yichen betray us? Otherwise, how could the Ao clan find this place? Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? No, why did Yichen betray us? His power was far above mine, and Wang Shi's. There was no need for him to leave the forbidden area of the Wang family to inform others. He could deal with us alone. It should be a secret technique of the Ao clan. Thinking that she suspected Yi Chun, Wang Mei felt a little guilty. I won't hand over the bloodline crystal to you. Dream on. Wang Shi's eyes were red, and a huge six-headed snake shadow appeared behind him. Brat, you want to die? One of the white-robed bamboo hat men yelled. He did not summon the blue-eyed white wolf shadow, but threw out a palm attack. That horrifying palm power attacked toward Wang Shi. Watch out! Wang Mei blocked in front of Wang Shi, blocking that palm attack for him. Boom! It was like a bomb had exploded in the stone room. That aggressive qi flow spread out in all directions, blowing Wang Mei and Wang Shi away. Sister Mei, are you okay? Hundreds of meters away, Wang Shi saw the blood coming out of Wang Mei's mouth. Wang Mei shook her head. I'm fine. After so many years of training, Wang Mei had reached the mid-astral reaching realm from the early clasping Yuan realm. Once she called out the six-headed snake shadow, she would be able to compete with powerful astral reaching realm warriors. Although the white-robed man was at the late astral reaching realm, he did not call out the blue-eyed white wolf shadow, so his power was not that much more powerful than Wang Mei's. The density of the six-headed snake bloodline is not bad. Ao Sung looked regretful. If he were a descendant of the Ao family, he would definitely be the focus of training. Wang Mei looked at Ao Sung cautiously, protecting Wang Shi behind her. Shaking his head, Ao Sung took a step forward and said with a creepy voice, since you are not willing to hand over the bloodline crystal, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Come here. As he reached out his hand, Wang Mei's body was sucked in without any power to fight back. Shoo! Right then, a sword qi shot out, cutting off the sucking power. Who is it? Ao Sung only saw a blur before a blue figure flashed out and pulled Wang Mei back. Brother Yi. Wang Shi was overjoyed. Locking his eyes on Ao Sung, Yi Chen said lightly, Don't worry, I will take you out. It's you. Ao Sung recognized Yi Chen. He regretted not killing him earlier, but at the same time, a mocking smile appeared on his face. You? Since you are here, don't even think about leaving. His protective Zhen Yuan had been shattered, turning into pieces of sword light. Yi Chen grabbed Wang Shi and Wang Mei, yelling with a low voice, Go! Shoo! The sword light shot out, and the three disappeared into the tunnel. Ao Seng's expression froze for a second before he yelled, Where do you think you're going? With a buzzing sound, a blue-eyed white wolf shadow appeared behind Ao Seng's back. His whole body turned into a sphere of white light, chasing after them. The two of them flew through the tunnel of the Wang family's forbidden area. Soon, Yi Chun was the first to jump out of the exit, diving into the depths of the lake. Ao Sung was furious. He turned his head and yelled, You four, go inform them. Then he chased after Yi Chun in a hurry. In the sky above the island, they were saved. It was that blue-robed sword artist. Ao Cheng's expression turned ugly. Before, Ao Sing had suggested to kill Yi Chun, but he did not agree. Now that two of the Wang family's descendants had been saved by Yi Chen, it was undoubtedly a slap on his face. The rest of you stay here. You too, follow me. After using the bloodline tracking art to confirm the direction of Wang Shi and Wang Mei, Ao Chung, and the two black-robed bamboo hat men chased after them. Splash! A water-breaking sound was heard as a sword light shot out. Vaguely, one could see three human figures wrapped within the sword light. Not long after, another human figure shot out. His speed was much slower than the sword light, but he would not be able to get rid of it in a short period of time. Stay here. Ao Sung threw out a claw attack, his claw shadows flying everywhere. Shoo! The sword light was like a mischievous fish, traveling between the claw shadows without being harmed at all. What kind of secret art is this? An astral-reaching realm warrior can reach 10 times the speed of sound. While Ao Sung was furious, he also felt that it was unbelievable. Normally, an astral-reaching realm warrior who could reach 5 times the speed of sound would already be very powerful. 6 or 7 times the speed of sound would only be for extreme astral-reaching realm warriors with extremely powerful body arts. As for those martial geniuses who could challenge Sea of Souls realm warriors, they would not be able to increase their speed to more than 10 times the speed of sound. However, Yi Chen's speed had completely overturned his understanding. My Zhen Yuan is much richer than yours. Let's see how long you can last. Ao Sung did not believe that Yi Chen could last. The Sea of Souls realm warriors, Zhen Yuan was like the ocean, which was not something astral-reaching realm warriors could compete with. One day and one night had passed. Yi Chen had flown a whole 900,000 miles with the two, leaving Ao Sung behind for more than 1,000 miles. However, he did not stop, since it was not a coincidence that these people could find the forbidden place of the Wang family. Perhaps there was something more to it. In fact, Ao Sung was not just 1,000 miles away from Yi Chen, but 2,000 miles. Because of the long chase, he could no longer see Yi Chen, so he had to wait for Ao Cheng to catch up. Only Ao Cheng's bloodline tracking spell could confirm their location. No, let's switch to the flying puppet first. Yi Chen could not take it anymore, since he was not a Sea of Souls realm warrior. One day and one night of flying at such a high speed was quite taxing on him. If it were not for his half-spirit body, he would not be able to take it. The flying puppet's top speed was 10 times the speed of sound. Yi Chen wanted to see if Ao Sung and the rest could catch up or not. If they could not, then there would be no problem, and they could just find a place to hide. If they could, then it would be a big problem, since they obviously had a tracking spell. In less than 15 minutes, Yi Chen had found Ao Cheng and Ao Sung. His face darkened. Yi Chen said to Wang Snake and Wang Mei, "If I have guessed it right, they should be able to track you too with a secret spell." "Then what should we do?" Wang Snake said anxiously. "No other way. We can only fight with our endurance." Yi Chen could actually go to the South Rudra Martial School, since the leader of the school, Long Bai, would be there. But he should not forget that it was the Ao family, which was a royal family, which was equivalent to a rank 5 martial school. It was impossible for Yi Chen to go to the South Rudra Martial School and the Dragon God Celestial Palace for support every time something happened, not to mention that it might bring trouble to the Dragon God Celestial Palace. Putting away the flying puppet, Yi Chen continued to perform his sword-light flying spell. While flying, Yi Chen split his attention and started to train his undying body. Normally, it would be impossible to train other secret arts while operating Zhen Yuan. However, operating Zhen Yuan and training the undying body did not conflict at all, since the undying body did not use Zhen Yuan, but soul power, which would form a soul mark and brand it on the body. Another day and night had passed, and the group left the Star Regional Lake and arrived at the Wavy Snow region. Impossible. How could he last that long? Ao Sung and Ao Cheng were once again left 1,000 miles away. If it were not for the bloodline tracking spell, they would have lost Yi Chen long ago. Ao Cheng said with a low voice, "Only 2 days. I don't believe that he could last more than 5 days. This brat is strange. I hope it is, as you said, the sword light sliced through the sky, not slowing down at all. Not long ago, I had successfully branded the soul mark on the 5 viscera. Now, I have also done it on the 6 viscera. Next, I will start on the 4 limbs. Once the 4 limbs are done, the first level of the flesh healing will be 80% complete." Perhaps it was because of the urgency of the situation, but Yi Chen's speed of training the undying body had increased by dozens of times. It was like he was sitting on a rocket,